Unnukut tungasukitsi Nunavut niruaktulirinirmo 2025 me Teresa Chiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Chiachuk. Ullume Nunavumio niruaktup kaumata kinakko sivulirtigisauni armangata nalunay langazui ammalo sunait pimmariuti ummangata at churornaktuillo kamakisaw valliagunnarlute. Kikkulangava initaktut tabbani 22 ichivautani maligaliorbinmi. Today, Nunavut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaktui illukitchanermo.
Kikhattarnermo aukkarterhimartualu khattartiluitaima iglulerisitaqattiaqqunnaugalua.
Pirasa khattartui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtulerineq isumalunnartumiittillugu. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruakatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsiqattalangazuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumalu tigisaukasuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangasavo Nunavumio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavut across the territory. Daututusi, Nunavut niruaqtulirinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes. Unnukut Teresa Chiachuvunga. Niruagatchauniq isulippo taakkualu Nunavut nalunairilangavu kikkunni sivulirtiqarumammangata. Unnu takuchautichilangavugu pivalliazuni uqausiqarlutaluqanu taakkua tukiqarmangata. Good evening, I'm Teresa Chiachuk. The campaign is over. The people have spoken. Tonight, we'll bring you the latest results and we'll guide you through what it all means. We want to begin with something special, a lighting we recorded earlier this week at our legislature.
Tunga sugisi tapunga ullungmu tikittumun. Nakongmeeg ingotagalu seralo. Ikumasakuyaw simagannu tana ulluk isumagilluku. Pingasumning taigo sangne uvangokau singagut atulwa tarumayunga tapane ikumasang tinni tana sipulluk pa taigo sak uvagu ukau singagut tapane uvanga nunagilaw kangane atusugulle ullumilunne atutilu pinnagani tukiqanga qupasittuming taiyabu ingalangaitto taima ingalangaittu tanna tukiqasu qupasittumittuming. So nangiroma ingalangaitumi isumanakto qaqqauqaangani. Ingalangaitumi tuni namutuinnaala ammut ungasittumullu taavunga avatittinnu takunnasuungummat. Quttitumi tuni ungasittumu takuvik ikgauyaqtutitun. Taimaimmat taanna Nunavut ungasittuaalummu takunnagariyaunnerman. Uvattinnu kinguvaariyaujunu pillugu. Pitutauluni. Taimaimmat quyannamiqqaartunga taikkuninga takunnartigilauqtatinning sivumut. Nunavutaanna nuna angiyualu inukitto angiyualu pikkunarto. Amma taanna taiguusi atukkannerumayaqa silisaraittoq uvaguttois uqausingagu tukili silisaraineraisuunguyugu upunga. Silisarainnerait yugun suurlu qanittulearti qanittumununni assuusartoq soqutissangittoq qanittumut piyumik isumagaluaquni taimaimman qanuingimmiju uvungattia imminuinna isumaginersauju kisianigu taanna uqausertau silisaqaingittoq amma illuanungaatukiling ungasittulearti tautunninga ungasittumupiju ungasittuleartiugiaqartugu tautunnitinnu allaa maanna ullumi piluartumik taakkuanneqevartakului unnumanna ungasittulearnermut pilangalermimmata ikkua kinguvaassan isumagillugin taimaimmat inattoruminaqqu ati ungasittumu tautunneqarneaqqusi Nunavutaarsimagatta uvagu inuuyugut makimaqullutagoo uqausivullugu sivulliut jauqattalangayo pilerinerpukku inuipitjusinginni tungaviqalangayo taimaittuniniruaruteqarsimagatta ati ullaapigiatuarmat makikkatta ilullersusuurigattigu atunittiaq ilullersuivattugu uvagu ullunginni atiittao ilullersuiniaqqussi makimatjutissani gavamaulerussi taanna piujo neriuttugut ikajorsortugut assualuk alianait naammasimimmannu taanik aulattijeqarniarnivut immaqa taikkuningalu ilanginnik ilaliutikkaninniartunik quviana quyannamirtugut kamagiyaugatta ati tamaaneqqiluartu ilangit ingalangaittumiittutittu takkunnariarsiu ammun nunalimmun qanoq makimangin nertaqaluasikaallanirmangaa qimeqqussi aaqigiarpeqaqatta neriuppugut tainna taakkua ulluuniartut akkertut ilullersorniarasiu nakormi
Husalivugu Lina Ivik irngutaapingalu Sarah Kullerokto Kullermikummatchikunnalaurmata. We are grateful to Elina Ivik and her granddaughter Sarah Kulleroktok for this ceremony. As Lina said, this is an important day for Nunavut, an opportunity for a new vision for Nunavut. Nakormik Lina. Thank you, Lina, for your wise words of guidance for our leaders as they take on the important task of taking Nunavut into the future. Unno pivalliasuni uqausiqalangavugut tamannaniruarni pisariiqpalliatillugu teema pivalliasulerisivu uqaqatigiqattalangammisavu unno iqalunni Toby Utak kangersinermi Selma Eccles uqausiqalangammisu pivalliasuni kivallermi qitermiunilo. Tonight, we're bringing you the latest news on the election as it happens. Our team of reporters has been working throughout the campaign to bring you all the issues. In Iqaluit, we have Toby Utak ready to bring you all the reaction. And in Rankin Inlet, Selma Eccles will be joining us throughout the program to talk about the results in Kivalliq and Qitirmiut. Te malo uqaqatigiqattalangammisavo qausimazauchiaqto Eva Michael. On our results desk, a face familiar to you all, Eva Michael. Eva unnoa pikut, uqaqunnaqimaanna qanuilingammangata qikertaalummi.
Unnukut nakammitriisa sivullermitaako iliapaammata neruartausimaviujuit uqauseriqattalangajuvun neruarneriyagit saivamu reersimaleqqasseqinguya kanannarmi malillugu neruarniuyoqnuqqarnaqarniartu neruartausimavinni kivallermi qitermiunilu saivamuuqqatseqinguyaq malillugu nunanginni ammalutakuneaqilluta tamakkua qanuilippallianermangaata unnu qauyamagaluartugumaqqu suliniruartausimaviuyu qikertaalunigiani ammalutasiuyartuarmi tamakineruartausimaviuyu malagaliortiulauttuunni saalaqsasimammata Iliyaukautigilutik asingininiruagatsaqanginnanginnut takunnertigiyavut angeqqammiiniittuit taakkunniruagatsaujuit malagaliortiulaortuut taakkunalunaikkutaqarniangatik atingatta saniagut taanniauqqarbik taanna asianiniruagatsaqartuqalaungittu tasiuiartuarmi ammalut qikertaaluunigianut David Joanasi malagaliortuulaortu taanna iliyaukautigilauralluni asingillu avatiulluti inniruartausimaviujuit tamaaninniartugunnilimaa taakkuanniruartuit qanuilingattalermangaata
Taimenertok, with 11 constituencies, will report votes after 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Voting will end in constituencies in Central and Mountain Time at 7 p.m. local. So we'll see more results as the night goes on. We do know the results in 2 constituencies, South Baffin and Hudson Bay. Both of these constituencies have incumbent MLAs who have won by acclamation. For viewers at home, candidates who are incumbent MLAs will have a little star next to their name. Daniel Huckvik ran unopposed in Hudson Bay and in South Baffin. David Jonassy, the incumbent, also acclaimed. For the other 20 constituencies, I will be here all night bringing you the results as the counting proceeds. Back to you, Teresa.
Inakokmi Eva. Tabbanilo ilagi zavo. Ukakatikihattalangat ilatusakvikihattalanga zavo tabbani. Manitok Thompson, malikalioktiv simazo kangirsinermi, sivulliulauk simatchunilo arnautchuni minister hoksune. Idisapi siutiapik, malikalioktiulauk simazo ikhaluit sinamo, minister simammitchunilo. Ammalo, Joanasi akumalik. Tanna niroakatchaulaukto kinguniani niroarnautillugutamani ikhalunni, hausimazautcharmizo ikhalunni nunalipausakkonni katimazio simaningano. Ammalo, Mayor lauk simaningano lo ippiarjomme. Here in studio, we are fortunate to have with us a stellar panel. Manitok Thompson, former MLA for Rankin Inlet South and Nunavut's first female cabinet minister. Elisa Pisiutiapik, former MLA for Iqaluit Sina and cabinet minister. And Joanasi Akumalik, who ran for office here in Iqaluit last territorial election and is a well-known former Iqaluit city councillor and former mayor of Arctic Bay. Welcome to you all. I know we will get great insights into tonight's results from you. Sivulak Mikhay Manitok, Naliani Ipigosunik pa mangakpi, takwa ni Warbiyosone.
Takwa la ni Warbiyosuin. So kay makivalang mayo tawa matakwa kivalang mayo ni Wartawranga yui kinakuna mga tao ujiri loari gumarataka. Ila isamagisimeyaka ukwalo na chilimion kinakone ang mga ta ila kinakone ang mga talikaw yamalian ito ni wagat sa mata kinaune ang mga taima ikalutur chamelo ta na minister auto ta na ang mga ubarobas ijir na mga ta kwa ujir simayaka
ibilili sapi
ikalumita gamalutay kwa sitamay ni waktaw kaswaktuit Amalo take utikas waktu ni waktu khatak simayo ni waktu simayo long itu ni waktu kan kada mga amalo si arna khatsi ulang mga ni waktu kawai salang amjaka.
Joanasi?
Ariane ubang atau iperding mi utak siyaw gama tapane kawai saluang niang mi kanariang niang mga amma kangat sugaping mi utai tapanang mi utorok simang migama. Kawai sa katang niya mayaka. Kasi yan ilisya pititut ikalong may utawag migama tapang na tapani niya kang umiksani nawakabit mititawag at tan na pingasok ko matatay ko kawai sa ruang niya mayaka.
We'll be hearing lots more from our panel as results come in. Tema 7 ngusut malikaliok diulaok tut kingunitini malikaliok bimi niruagat chaulaw ngitut. There are 7 MLAs from the last legislature who are not running this time. Our legislative reporter TJ Deer is here to talk about that.
Yeah, Teresa, like you mentioned, there are 7 MLAs who were part of the 6th Assembly that did not put their name forward to potentially be part of the 7th Assembly. Only one of them is from the Kitikmeot region, and that was Tony Akwak from Joe Haven. He was the speaker during the 6th Assembly. There are 2 MLAs from the Kivalliq region who did not put their name forward. One of them was Arviat South's MLA, Joe Savikatak. He was formerly premier during the 5th Assembly of the Nunavut legislature. The other name from the Kivalliq region that didn't put their name forward is Rankin Inlet South MLA, Lorne Kusugak. He was a cabinet minister in the 6th Assembly and notably held very important portfolios, including the portfolio responsible for the Nunavut Housing Corporation. He was also the Minister of Finance and therefore also the Minister responsible for the Nunavut Liquor and Cannabis Commission. The other 4 MLAs are from the Hikiktaluk region. One of them is former Cabinet Minister Joeli Kainak. He was the MLA for Amituk. He was a part of cabinet for a little while, but he was removed from caucus due to various indiscretions. Another former cabinet minister was Tununik MLA, Karen Nutahak. She was in cabinet for a few months earlier this year before she resigned due to personal reasons. Another big name from the Hikiktaluk region was Pangniktuk's MLA, Margaret Nakashuk. She was notably the Minister of Family Services during the 6th Assembly, but arguably the biggest name that did not put their name forward to run this time around was the MLA for Iqaluit Niakungu, PJ Akiagok, who was of course Premier during the 6th Assembly. And it's notable that Akiagok didn't put his name forward this time around because this means we will obviously now have a new Premier here in Nunavut. That's obviously going to be decided in the leadership forum in a few weeks' time, but it does remain to be seen, obviously, who will take the job, but then also, there's so many files that need to be addressed very urgently. Housing, infrastructure, cost of living, mental health. There's so many things that need to be addressed by the next Premier that they're going to have their hands full in terms of how to sort of get these files moving, because there are folks in Nunavut who feel that not enough progress is being made and that these problems are still being felt and still being seen. So and right now that there's a big hole at the top of the pile, so to speak. So not only they're going to have to solve problems within the territory, but they'll also have to work with the federal government in terms of, getting funds from them to help address these issues. And another big thing that's come up over the last few months is the topic of Arctic sovereignty. So that's another thing the Premier will have to be cognizant about when it comes to negotiating with the feds, but also balancing the interests of Nunavummiut who want to see progress.
Thank you, TJ. Amisuvut suli hausi mangittavo kisiani hausi makalawaqtuko maqqunni niqwaqtausi magirtunni ilisaunikut tasiusaq juami khikiqtaaluniggianilo Daniel Khaviq ammalo David Joannasi takwa ilisaukkannilauqtuk. Lots of results we don't know yet at this hour, but we do know who has won in Hudson Bay and South Baffin. Daniel Havik has been re-elected by acclamation in Hudson Bay, and in South Baffin, David Joannasi is in by acclamation. Mr. Joannasi, uqaqatigi langagattigo uqaalautikko tungasugi Joannasi.
Hello, Nukku Teresa.
Sivullir mikhaitaan sita magiliqtait malikaliuqtiunirmo utikkannertilluti sunnait sivulliujikumavigi.
La tabawte qaqamadlunga Nunavummiulimaani piluartami kingarmiu kimmerummiullu. Niwarnataanna pipidduangutillugu. Isiani tusaasimajanniammalu Pilra taksimajitinni isimunaqtuammalu anna illuluginuq anginaqpaanguinnaq tuujaaksimajoq maannamusulli malusuli kaisituinna rangalvaruttuujaartu takkuamalagaloqinuttaa ilangutorniartu tutsaamitillugut takku isimunaqtui tamannalu ila takwa kina yahano awrata mga gawamakunni amalo tamanguno na bumiuno atoktaw hataktilutaw isimanaqtakwa piluartumi Teresa.
Tsunami pisaqeqsikunnaksilaungippi kingunittinni malikaliorpimmi pisaqi gumaqasaqtanniivi.
Nila tahan su qawsuqataaqtaqillulugineq pisaqi dang itu mannakku pisani pifalla dua qumagaluaqattikuttu sivulitsattinnu nunavummiamisungu pallaatillugit illuittau ilagiarpallaanginnaulaqaaqarniarmata kisanittau isumanaqtu tamanna ilinniarneq Pivadlakan na kung nang migata na kutuin na ilinyang niyo na inusilima atuta ka lang at ilugo. Anda maligadok yun sunilinyang na siyong minister suniluni taman nilinyang na siya bumagot at siyawa na nga ni isimanak to inusiyo na namituin na katuktagon na siyong tilugo. Piling matsang na tanat daw iniukaw siya tusak sa nakatara may lakaw tamawlo tamaan ato katang lugo tanat siyo.
Makwakti ilisaw si malik tuti 2021 ngutillut ko ilisaw law kavi taman na matu sa ka nirwak vihang itillogo.
Ila utuak luni kisani tema pinang maila buluni soblun uppiros luni mini kadu siya ko titaw kun nakataktillo takwaru isimagi givakataw sununalin ni nadyan tuwin na nawakta was nakatakti hamarak kunaluni ini katudya katigit ilinya tulagan umayong nakti tamakwa pwede katigingin nakatara haktilugit isa magibagkat daw tamakwa na waktaw katusong tilugit daw takwa makbatak sago ilijaw tuwin naksiman naka upig nakalaksan upigusun naktiugalwa Amalam mikidlitok si Matchunga inunno tamana hitaktaro nigyano kidakto je kanong nalang metilunga.
Nakormingay Mr. Joanasi. Tay mali khawzigaler mita kangersiner mo Selma tavani nirwak bimima ukakatigi langakatigo Selma ukakunakhi amisu vatakwa nirwak reaktor si malertuin wisatuva khanui pa namin nirnive.
Tamani kangersinak may tilunga nerwaartort amihuluangilat tamani kivaller me ikarame atauher me kinguwahikapta maanahuli nerwaarnek ukkuingaartoq huli savan muangigayakapta huli takwa nerwaartort tartut amihungitut angoyaartut maanatwisa Ukakunakhi kiku mga tatakwa ni kuwagat shawzod kangersinerme. Tagbane kangersinerme nigyani takwa nerwaga kau himayut pingahuyut tamna nerwaga ka lihat sa mertok makukluni Jerry anarwak amma tuglia ta nakau himayaw laki karto taga curly nerwaga kau gidluni amma tau pingayoa tana nerwaga kau ngaktok tau takununga maligaler wingmut arnau makluni ani tatuini takwa pingahuyut kangersiniu wangninganut at tamayak punga niginganut taimat tau marog nerwaga kau gibut kangersiniu wangninganut amalo igluligaryuk tamna nerwaga kau kannerluni Alex sammortok igluligaryuk miutabinak tamanang miutaulertok ukiwamihut amma tau tamna maligalyok tiu himayok tau kangersiniu wangninganu igluligaryuk mullu Kathy tautungi takwa maroyuk nerwaga kauyut tamani kangersinerme.
Nakormingay Selma unno khawziga kanniqattalangavavo tay mali takwa 58 nguvut nerwaga chawzut takkununga initaqaswaqtu 22 ichivautano takwa ngutchutilo 14 nerwaga chawkannertut Mako ilisaw si magirsuti takwa khawzi sakattalangazavo takwa nasaqtautillugi nirwaqtausut. We've got 58 candidates running in this election. Of the 22 seats, we have incumbents in 14.
with 2 acclamations, and we've seen some early results. Manitok, Hanutamanna isumagivio takwa Nunavumio Huviasutuza Niquarnau Tillogo.
La Nirunaro Sungman Huesoro Yatu Choyu Tama Kisanili Isumagaya Tamakoili Yautuin Nakatara Karasuging Kalwara Kipiu Satalealo Tillogo Nunalini Una Pijuta Koloto Nunavut elections go to Saumati Tiangilo Hatatuaro Matama Amalokela Mariano Nero Town Gumayuno nominations Matu Chautigi Katama Matu Yuvinu Tilogim Maka Ilangite copy Malautogola to Salong in Matalonin to Saumatitin Tamana Pio Marialo Walla Nunavut elections go to Saumati Tiangilo Toro Hatanikung Inugagalaro Matela King and it time a pitaka to Sau Yuvinu Galo Tilogo Kimero Melonin Sakitokangiman Ela Tana Maligalo Toyo Kanuing Itaka Kisiani Nirwana Duango Tilogo Nunavumi Angi Yualo Matana Gava Magilanga Yavon Tamakosi Lofting Kata Woma Yuin Uparanga Simaya Hatagaro Mata Tagwini Mo Lanan Yamining Tusao Matitinakai elections Kuni Piungilo Kolto.
Elisapi, what stood out for you about this election campaign?
I was, I'll be honest, I'm disappointed that there's acclamation still going on today. I myself was acclaimed second term as mayor. I don't support acclamations because we're in election mode, we're going to vote. And you need to have discussions with the candidates of their understanding of what the issues are and what they might bring to the table for ideas and solutions. If you don't hear that, then the candidate doesn't necessarily have a mandate because they were just acclaimed. We need to have conversations, so I was a little bit disappointed that yet again we had acclamations.
Joanasi.
Sibudlang makay manito ang katigid lugutay ko na waktu riyuyut Nunavut elections to sa matitikan na kaya kakatakko karo mata ako niyo naksauro ni ilan ni isimaksaksiyo ya katakko mata ilangit ilaming nudlo o kakataka kaya kasungod lutik dahil ma taan na isimagidlugo dahil ko iliyaw tuwin naktuit pinasuk kamik tao amma Tekwa kauye madluiglo marigariok ti benyong matik kauye makauti ginyang matik marigariok be iluane tabun akaw twin nakidlone taman na kanong aki kayang mga iliyaw twin nakatang na narunang man uban nudli kisiyane nagawang na kisutwin na nagawak tao na adjigay sungungin man ilangin Tatasiung lutik ilang iliyaw tuin na siung lutik. Teko atung masip tipaka.
Nakomik. We go now to Iqaluit. Gwen Healy Acherok is in the riding of Iqaluit Maniqazaq. Hello, Gwen. What made you decide to challenge incumbent Adam Arer Lightstone?
Unuku Teresa, thank you for your question and for inviting me to speak this evening. My decision to run for MLA in our riding was based on conversations with people in our riding who encouraged me and asked me to put my name forward, and I felt very strongly that there's a lot to work on, that I have like a skill set and a passion for, that I'm excited to bring forward in some of this work that's needed in the Legislative Assembly.
This is your first time running for office. What did you hear from people at the door when you were campaigning? What are your priorities if elected?
Well, as somebody with a health background, as a health professional, absolutely one of my priorities is related to our healthcare system. And as a lifelong member of our community, I was born and raised in Iqaluit, and I've always been an advocate for youth, for our young people. When I was young, and now that I'm older, it's still a love of mine to advocate for our youth and bring their voices forward. I'm very excited for the opportunity to do that. And as I was canvassing, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of young people, and we held a youth night here as well at Inusilvik. People were so generous with their stories, with their tea and their visits, and I'm so grateful for everything that everyone shared with me over the past month. I heard so many wonderful things, and I'm excited to bring their concerns and their voices forward. If elected.
We'll be watching results closely. Thank you for speaking with us tonight.
Teresa.
Tema, hawsgalig milavo, Eva, ta kona sakta valiazot, hanuiling alang mangata Eva, hanuilik.
Nakami Teresa. Matawata mataman na sulina la neresi mayang yuhangitok na nerwata mangata kisian nerwagatsaw nerayangit tamane ikhaloy manrayam Adam area Lightstone dana Gwen Healy ukakati yartaktait nerwagatsaw willune tamane lekhalune ammalo ikhaloy neakhungu suri nalonairtau si mangitut nalonairigu matuinartigu kikku mangata ila khawi saluanguartava maanna so upinnaganiugaluar PJ akhiaruq taana malegaliortiulaortuq kiggartuilaortut ikhalu niaqunguumun niruagatsaungitainertuni maanna kisiani akkanga maanna niruagatsaulertuni khuttittun kiggartuilaugaluartillugu tamaunga niruagatsau simaninganut khawi saluanguartavut ammalu ikhaluit sinanut Janet Brewster malagaliortiulaortoq maanna akirahattuni Robin Anawak maanna maligaleriujuq lawyer luni ammalupiluartumi kingulnerpaangukainartutamani ikhalunnitisamaulutinuruartaussima viujuit ikhaluit tassiluk George Hicks taannattauq akira rilluni malaya Lucasi taana ikhaluit nunalipaujakkunnu katamijuuqattaloorsimajoq maanna kuniruagatsaunnasuartutamani ikhalunni manirayam tasilimmun. Tonight we're keeping an close eye on 4 constituencies here in Ikhaluit. Firstly, Ikhaluit Manirayak with Adam Ariat Lightstone as incumbent MLA, and Gwen Healy running against him this time around, and Ikhaluit Niakhungu, we still have no results, but we're keeping an eye on these 4 constituencies here in Ikhaluit because PJ Akhiaruq is a former MLA, and now David Akhiaruq, who is his uncle, is now running in Ikhaluit Niakhungu instead of Khuttituk. And thirdly, Ikhaluit Sina, where Janet Brewster is incumbent MLA, and right now Robin Anawak, who is a lawyer, is running this time around. And lastly, in Ikhaluit Tassiluk, George Hicks is going for his 4th term, and Malaya Lucasi, who is a former city councillor here in Ikhaluit, is running against him. That's back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Hausiba hosivuko nunavu minirwaqtu lirisikum niutaqitu innaqqugo taqwaqachiu ningit nasaqtaw valliatillugi. We would just like to say that we are waiting for these results from elections Nunavut, and as soon as we receive them, we will be informing you all. Te mali tana isumalu tigisaw ninnaqto taqwanirwaqaqtuq tutqachiu ningi. Another issue we are watching tonight is voter turnout, often an indication of whether voters are excited by a campaign. Tema hausinakho taqwanirwaqaqtuqtut inuisallivallianginnarningin nitabbani 25 aqaagui iluani tema kinguniani nirwaqnautillugu taqwaqachiuningi katalauqtui 50% atani liqsuni teikani tallimaulauqtut ilisautuinnartut 2021 ngutillugu. There has been a dramatic decline in voters placing their ballots over the past 25 years. And last election, it dipped below 50% when 5 constituencies were acclaimed. Daima nalaw tivot tabbani CBC kunni to sa kumalaw matanuna vummiuni khanu isumamangata khawzigarlavo.
Yara katta inuklagenikum katluna kaneli patianing nitikisuman katyan luaga to katta kalimagan nitigu katlimat to pila katta paratigata. Dana inevanga kubang pigin miyaga nevaga to sung jungero. Ajawat kanta nevaga sinasumima. Atu tekananga tikisimang miyaku. Tamakamariga yuting to Elinya kutango yara suti. Tukisiani tia naxlutik isurit ilaxlutik tu ayagonya tia laxlutik piyunna taqtia parulaxlutik pilagetian nilaga tuni ilinya tuinara tanga taututonan asiani nevaxagami ta kanunari nevaxagami pigia kanni laxlutik tekanga pigia arnaglaxtangni ilinya kannaxni taanda ini kateng cutakaran sumilani kutakisuogatuguru.
There are to sung years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago. There are to sung there are not cigarette now. Upadjang itastek. Pijuta kaksungazi imanahay. Jobless mukadazugama sanakateron na teron na yang itunga sanaksaksaragama nauk piyo kong ituk sayo lunga sanaksaksarni ayom na vigjang niragaksokatakti kwa kanitoru na narayluti kanitoru mitsakito kapade yang ima sana yung itukuri tamakwa sokotiya yung isuti tamakwa sana yung kanayakti kisu drafti kamagayaw drafti.
Madi madi kapit ko sa nini kita yaga kakoy garaming ma siburak tiksabo nang minitya may nagwagon naksisutigo premier so NTI ang ayok ka nga nagwakataksak pabot may yagon nagwakataksak pabot pinmagayuraga bang mabot nagwakban nikatiw siwat tikta tahan na nagwakon naksiyaga kang niwot akiya kakoy garaming
Nirwaqtara mishamata nirwaqtangi suyasama tekwali pijutigilasugiti language bell tamane ila uqawsammo qalsunal English French inukti tutana atani sunikisukta qaldunati toqqaraarluti inukti uno serverarluta Tana kanu kausi sangi tiga na piu tana pekoya kisimatigo ayu tau simakoi sa ayong lagotio koi sam amurto de na kami tisimana inherent right to land, air and water tana so ukapidu tolu galo asuta piu no titini no kami tisimatuta taman Kama kusuri yumikigdisini aniku takoi pijutigitama tekwali iliya tui nakataktuto sio kalma pivikilo aningano pinaswa osi tana kingudlepanga matusari samigami yewa ngoga akturegalo asani matu yuwinas lisunau
Tamanay lakaw si say na lang avavo takwa kachiuningi nirwareaktuktot unno. We'll certainly be watching to see what the numbers look like as the night proceeds. Ingilato sa katakto si Nunavut taman na kano isumaging mga chiyo to sa katakta si Elisapi si Pulirogun na kuvikay.
Nalunagun nito miswi kuviaswang itui nirwareakto katangin marilirtuin. Tusalaw tungal la nirwaratok jangi tekwa nirwarat sa piwing magin. So piwing kalwa nirware alewjuk. Nirware halarit tuko. Tekwa ajung piungin kaluaravi alunginingi tusaruvigi hanuiliurningi aturlugu niruarluta kisiani umman.
Manito hanuittuneitu saqattaqsimalaqi.
Ilaudjernarsiyo Nunavut saartillu tataissamani niruariartu tuaruin paaniaruraunnermata 86.6 avanikallaaluulaortun. Taimalikingunniaguulerto ublumi niruariartu gaalermata taakkualunni NTA 100 daaramituni oqaittamarililaumata niruariartoqujilluting. Isumaqartungali immaqa illunun utaqqiyuit teikkua akuniaru utaqqeqattarmata illukitsarnikuginnun ilangillutusaqattarsut anerukittummarialummi kaluarsutin tuaruvlunniin ilavalluunni takvaniatausermiittu akuniaru tamanna pidjutauna sugilertara niruartoqaraluaraanga asijjirtoqarunnangimma taakkua asijjirunnanginnami niruariartugiassa suvalikiarsalertun ilanginnalunartuijarunneerto niqilu tamanna akittorpalliajuarutuinnaulluni asijjirpalliaqattangimmata niruartoqaraluaraangan tamanna pidjutigijauluakkanneqquurtu taikkua igluning utaqqiyui ukiuni amisuning niruartoqaraluaraanga utaqqiinnatuinnarmata suli niruariartornernamiluktaattia haamlaugaruappan ilinniartuleriniugaruappa sunaugaruappan niruariartungiluaqattal lermatailanalunarunneerto teikkoale qaujimajungauguraa taatakukka taakkua tamakkua ukioqatigigalalaurtangiin angajoqqaatta niruariartukkammarialuulaummata ima quviagilaummaju niruariaksang niruariartoqattalaummata akilertaungissuting ajauqtaungitsiarsuting mining niruariartorsuting assijjersimajualuulertortamanna ilangin oqaqattarmata qanuilivaalilaunginnamalunni niruariartojaangammariktunga niruariartoqattajaangittunga assijjertoqarunnangimman taimana isumajuujalertuin.
Joanna siu qasauqtorunnaquvi.
Taanna qanuqtuugiaqaqqoortuugalua qanukia kisianigava makkugigattigut pillaqiatuk gayaqquungman niruariartulaormayunga NTA-ikkut niruartittillugut niruariartusuung nginnaujaqama kisiugaluarpat kisiani $100 pititauluormayunga niruariartuqama NTA-ikkunnu qanuigin killugu taakkua angijoquluungmagavamakkut nunaliillu amisoquluullutik taakkua niruaqattarne niruariartoqattanginna katakpallianing ujjernarsimmat taima oqaqqaugama niruarnertamanna ajjigeeqattangimmat kingullermaqaa amisuunersaulaarput taima isimajunga.
Yinglasuli utaqqivugu taakkumnanganunavummi niruartuleqisikkunni. We are still waiting on results from elections Nunavut. Iva hanui ila asinginni niruarbinni uqausiqakkanniqunnaquvi.
Nakammi Teresa taana sivunnermi pannertuumi niruartausimaviuju qauserigalaallugu taakka niruagatsarmangaata maana malagaleortiulaortuuq Margaret Nakashuk niruagatsaangwittuuguna maana kisiani uinga Andrew Nakashuk niruagatsaugiangani maana uyoq taanattau Natanyo July aliqatuqtuq amlujani maik tappaunga pannertuumi kiggartui liuasuarnerianganu niruagatsausimayuut tungiliani tununermiut niruartausimavinganni mitsimatalimmiun Verna Strickland ammalu niruagatsaunnasuartu David Qammaneq ammalu Brian Kunu ammalu uqqurmiuni Mary Qiliqti taana malagaluuqtiulaortuq maannakkut niruagatsau qatiqartuuq taatiminga Gordon kautturmik haamnakkunnu maannakatimajuuqataujoq Mary Qiliqti majuuqatalausimagillun tippikani qikittartuami iqqurminun niruagatsaunnasuartuuk Suli naluneri sumaya kangimat nirwakta sumayone over in Pangnutang. Pangnutang, we have former MLA Margaret Nakashuk. We're keeping an eye on that constituency now because her husband is running this time around for Pangnutang. Nathaniel Julai Adakatuktuk running against Andrew Nakashuk and Johnny Mike. Over in Nunavut, we in Pond Inlet, where Verna Strickling is facing David Hamanik and Brian Kunu. And thirdly, over in Okomiut, we have Mary Khilik, the former mayor of Khikiktajuak, running against Gordon Kautuk of Clyde River, who is a Hamlet councillor, but still we have no results to report. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. We are going back to our reporter in Rankin Inlet, Selma Eccles. Selma, these have been a difficult few weeks in Rankin Inlet. Tell me about what has been happening.
Our community of Rankin Inlet has been hit by tragic deaths the last 2 months. Young people, 4 of them have committed suicide, so that really has put, I don't know how to really say it, but you could feel that it impacted our community in a huge way. People are checking on each other. So it has been hard the last couple of weeks, and you could certainly still feel it in this community. But also during lunch hour, we had power outage in certain parts of the community, and they were rotating. The school had to get closed down, some of the stores also, so that didn't help the situation for election day today. Power finally did go back on around 2:33 this afternoon. But if you look behind me where the lights are, that's where the polling station is. And we've been checking, and it's been pretty slow. We haven't really heard from the candidates. Now that Facebook and social media is the way to go to get any information out, they did, the ones here in Rankin Inlet, they did go on local radio, so they did speak out for what they're running for. So local radio has been a means for the elders or people that are unilingual to hear from the candidates and also call in. But Facebook and social media is the way to go these days. So any pictures, fastest way to get information out. If they did say, they did give their emails and how they could be reached. So that's one of the quietest elections, I feel, for this year, the way it is pretty quiet. So our polls are still open for another few minutes. So we're an hour behind, and it'll take a little while for the polls to start being counted as well.
Selma,
back to you, Teresa.
Selma, very quickly, do you feel these difficulties have affected today's election?
It could be a major part of it, but our elders are usually the ones that are very strong in going to go vote no matter what the community is going through. From what I'm hearing from the young people, they don't have the same excitement or drive to go vote. Some of the things that I've heard is that nothing ever changes. We don't hear back from them. As young people, they feel they're concerns or issues are not being addressed. From just going to some of the things that I've heard, they sort of think it's only for the older people, and something along the line, I think there became a disconnect. So I find that older people are still trying to find ways to go vote. The other thing that I noticed, there were no rides being announced. In previous elections, the candidates would provide rides to go and vote, and in this case, in this election year, for Rankin Inlet, I didn't hear any of that. In Nunavut, I did notice that they are providing rides for people to go and vote. They could call a number if they want to go vote, but it wasn't the case for this community. So we'll see how many people voted once the votes are counted. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Selma. Ingila bivalia zulirizit pulaqalaw mimmata hamalani Nunavut. Tarkoa oqsortu liarunnaqsila ummata CBC kunni bivalia zulirizit hausigerlavu oqsortu miukhano isumammangata.
Ja, ubangat sa kami mali oqsortok miut hewanak tiksaptinik maligalaqtipnik miksanut nipaqaq lugit tapkod aksornaqtut ihumaling naqtumiksanut ihumalaqalikkut annaqarnangitulaqalikkut ikayqpaalaqulluti inuqatiptinut tapkuallunaqit hunaqallulunniivarvingmi akittuuvallaamata akikligiaqpaalerunnerpatalu illuaqineeraluartoq iglulaqalikkulluumiksaanut atahimangittumik iglutaarungneraluaq iglutaaqullugilutamani iglukillioraptalu inugiangnermumiksaanut aksornarriqattama ilaanulutana ikayaqpaalerutikssamik takuyumeraluartugut ammalu taipkua kinaraqmu amuhitiksaimiksaanu banking institute qanukia tayuqtaaqattartutaappunigittaa takuyumalunga
Teimali sivulertiminerualaarmimmatatamaani sivulertikiniartasinni teinali qannu pileriqqannequugayaqqiutamaani orsortuumi
inungnik oqaahuinnimiksaanunnaalatsiaqullugu tukuliorningmullumiksaanut malit oqaahutsiaqqugaluartaqa ikayaqpaallaqullunni uvaptinnu inungnik
nualingi hunatuinna akitumman agilligiaqutiksamiqqinerahiuariaqartut sakkuat taakkununalingmiut hanaguqatsianginninganut ajuqqartoqiutinik atoqattaammata qitiqpallaami ungataanuksaavuq nunalikkutaanna mikiimmat sakkuallu pequtik niuvaaksainiqqaqaluitikeqattartutingmiukkut akitulluammata unatinnanna akittuumatamaani taakkuihimugilaugiaqarpallaaqquurtut ahiigalluittauq taapkuavallaangulorpaluuqtutamaani
Teema sivulertissassinni tamaani nerualaarmigassi teinnalu qannertakugumakajaqqiu pileriqqanertillugu
takuyumayungnartakuvallaaqumallaqatamaunga nunaliptiinutikittarnersauluni tamaanilu katipkailuni tukiinihaarluni inui tamaanikugaarnmiutapiyumalaini tuaqahiarnersauluni ammaluttauq malagaliortiqarvimmit kuugaarungmiut piyumalaituaqsaavaalleq nersaayugnerpata naamangnersaayugnertorteema.
And we now have Adam Lightstone, incumbent candidate in Iqaluit Maniqazaq. Adam, what did you hear from people at the door when you were campaigning? What are your priorities if elected?
Hi, Teresa. The priorities that I've put forward this campaign election include enhancing public safety, increasing standard of living, and investing in more youth initiatives. And as always, I've put together a very strong platform with a number of initiatives under each area. But over the last few weeks, I had a lot of fun, I would say, going door to door and getting my steps in. I was really pleased from the amount of support that I have been receiving from Iqaluit, and it was an excellent opportunity for me to hear directly from the people what they believe the government should be doing for the people.
What did you not get done last legislature that you want to get done if you are elected tonight?
Well, a lot of my campaign initiatives are issues and matters that I have been working on that unfortunately did not come to fruition over the term of the last assembly. But pressing matters include seeking mental health and addictions support for Iqaluit that really need it. The amount of public intoxication that we see really needs to be addressed. And other very important matters include standard universal food programs in our schools, where it's standardized across the territory and it's universal so that every child has access regardless of need to prevent any sort of stigma associated with it. And another very important initiative is continuing the rollout of full-day kindergarten. So far, the government of Nunavut has about, I think, 12 schools that have full-day kindergarten, and the government started off with the low-hanging fruit, so to say, the least costly schools to roll that out in. But it's time for the government of Nunavut and the Department of Education to roll out full-day kindergarten in the larger communities like Iqaluit, to have more impact on our youth and our families, and as well as free up more child care spaces.
What specifically would you like to do regarding mental health?
Well, there's a number of issues. So the RCMP are very busy here in Iqaluit, and last year they had over 2,700 stays in their detention cells, aka the drunk tank. But I've been asking the Department of Health and the government of Nunavut to send mental health nurses as well as social workers to visit the RCMP detachments in the morning and just inform those individuals, especially those recurring individuals, of what sort of programs are available and, more importantly, how to access those programs, just in case, should someone make that healthy choice that they would like to get their life back on track.
Mr. Lightstone, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Teresa, and I hope to hear again from you soon with good news.
Takisoakhulano palia lirmaila takwa nirawakbit kivalirmi matumalik ila matulangalik tut tusak palia langavoguila nasak tautilugitako nirawaktok simazut nirawaktok kauzut. We are approaching the top of the clock where polls in Kivallik are about to close. We will have the latest results for you as they come in right here live, so stay with us. Ingila hausima husimmi vogo hakitaw zakutaw tugun nakmisusipi valia zone hakitaw sa moklosi cbc.ca/northmut. Taututusi Nunavut nirwak tuliritilluta 2025 me. You can also check our website cbc.ca/north for all the latest constituency updates. You are watching Nunavut Votes 2025.
Unukut tungasukitchi Nunavummi Niruaktulirinirmo 2025 me Teresa Chiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Chiachuk. Ullume Nunavummio Niruaktu Kaumata Kinakko Sivuliktigisaune Armangata Nalunai Langazui Ammalo Sunait Pimariuti Mangata Atchurok Naktuillo Kamagisau Valiagun Narlute. Kikko langava initaktut tabani 22 ichivautani maligaliok bimmi. Today, Nunavummiut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaktui illukitchanermo.
Kikikhattarnermo aukkartuk himartualu khattarti luitaima illulirisitakattiaqqunnaugalua.
Pirasa khattaktui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtulirineq isumalumnaqtumiittillugu. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruakatchait tusakpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsihattalangasuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumalu tigisaugazuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangasavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavummiut across the territory.
Daututusi, Nunavummi, Niruaktulirinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes.
Ingilatung ngasukitchi, mana chauti kita kuchauti luta. Taman na pitsutikillo kun Nunavummi niruaqtulirineq teimali qiqirtaalummi taakkuaniruaq biit matuqqausui ikaqqauqataartumi ammalo kivallermi maannaquluqataartu niruaq biit matuqataartut teima suli tusalaungittugu taakkuninga Nunavummi niruaqtulirisikkunni. For those of you just joining us, we are live tonight with all the latest results as Nunavut Votes. Baffin region closed an hour ago and Kivalliq has just finished voting. We still have no results yet from elections Nunavut. Eva Michael, hausigalir milavo, Eva hanuilingaliqiva.
Nagomi Teresa, sivunami tamanna niruarningilaukhausreqataartait isulippalle pingasuyurtuni niruartausima viuyunikivalnermi tamaani qawisarnertugu naasertausuvut leaneriyanginni ilangit niruartausima viuyuqawisaluanguartavut arviat uannanganut illuligaartullu tikkiqartuarlu Tabaneqaaguyumi John Main saalatalortutaatsuminga immalegaleqtiunerilaortanganut iliyaukautigilluni 2021 maannali niruagatsangu karnirsimayu pingajuani kiggartuigumalluni kisiana akkiraqartuoq Tony ulualluarmi sivullerpaami taanna niruagatsangorsimayu angiyoqaariyaoqattalaorsimayu kivalli inuikkautittiqatigiingannut Ammalo avani avia nigianut nana matuingat yok niruagatsaunas waktu jo savikatak niruagtausima vigilaortangatai mangani 2013 utillogo kisian taman-tamani niruagatsaungimman maannalitana niruagatsauyu tana katimayu hattalaorsimayu avia katimayinginnut jemi qablutiaq ammalo avia ni tuqungayulleri alaana quqsuq sitamaulluttit suliasingi kivalnermi niruartausima viuyuit tamaaniinniartugu hawisaqpallialutaqanunniruartauvalnaamangata. And here in voting is wrapping up in 66 constituencies in the Kivalliq. We'll be here watching as those results come in this evening. Some constituencies to watch closely tonight up there North Whale Cove is a race this year where John Main won this seat by acclamation in 2021. Now he is seeking his third term against Tony Luadluak, a first-time candidate and former president of the Kivalliq Inuit Association over in Apathy South. It's an open race. Joe Savikatak held this seat since 2013, but he's not running again this time. Now it's a race between former Apathy Councillor Jamie Kablutsiak and Alana Huksukhizi, a coroner in Apathy. For the other 4 Kivalliq communities, I will be here all night bringing you the results as the counting continues. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Khawzgialer melavo Toby Utak, Upachimazo Gwen Healy Achearok, Takwe Kazoktingi, Khawzisaktilugi, Nirwakta Valiazuni, Toby Uharunake, Atautarnivi, Hanuipa, Dekani.
Koyanamik Teresa, Tagbani inu serving meat inuk palerapok, Takuning Gwen Healy Achearong meat, Sapujiak Doktuti, Pikugusuk tutamani tut utakiyun nili utakuning kanoiling anang mga kiku nirwaktaw si marang mga takwaglu avarusi malutik iman na arenay tuminak si valya yung inugyak si valya tilugo tagpani inuserving meat. The people who are supporting Gwen Healy Achearok, who is running for the Iqaluit Manirayak, are excited. They cannot wait until the results are in, and it's a very good support system in this area. Amataw mana mani lunitaw ikayatan sapudjakataw yung ani unikaron nakluni tana kanuiging mga sibod lang may ukarong nakpi kinang mga akpit at ako silo ukarlugun.
Ani pita orasyo yung halam mo yung ulit ito nga.
Tema na Gwen Healy Achearok sa pudjiyak toklugo tabani kataw gabi tana kanoy ma sa pudjiyak tokpiuk taka marigarok tiyo ni kurok tongmit akirak toktilugo.
Saputi yaktoktaka Gwen inuni ikadokaswasu mahawin magako amalo ikadokatosuni kikutuin namning tekanitaw ikanayda hataw kay nasunga mikadoktura kaydaga inuni ubatini sukuti sa siyangman.
Kano ito ni isumarutik sa ni takuyo masimavi kamagayaw ko lugit nirwaktaw nakpan?
Manali inuktito na may nagwaksimad yung kamagayaw ko lugo inuktito kisya ni inuktito lagtatawa lang may mata at sakutahang ni kung ano tamat sa mga pidyo madyaw kay pidyo madjutigi jaga nagwaktaw ko lugo.
Day matakot pigyak palarak pat kisumidli sibudlak pang may takuyumavit isumarutigi yaw yuni kamagayaw ko lugin.
Day ko na tayo na uvatining sukuditsas siya hatang man takung inasukit siguro ipigidyak ka uhaw siguro nakadami ka kita bunga akaw kaya ka tema.
Kuyan naming?
Hala.
Kuyan nami ani pitsiulak tapani kataw sama pitaw la si mamianang ani pitaw la si tamani kataw ikarung ni. Thank you ani pitaw la si for supporting the Gwen Healy and during this election night. Back to you, Teresa.
Ay, nako mi Toby. Khawzigialer milavo o khawsiu nginnak miso tamanna inu gaswar nirmo akinga tanaw khawsiu nginnak tuta kununga nirwak taw gaswar tuno takwan nihit gasalid illulirinek akitunek pangu vod Nunavut ullumiuso Let's turn now to one of the top issues. The high cost of living has been a hot topic during this campaign. Groceries, gas, housing, everything is more expensive, it seems, these days. Ingilapi valias ulirizid, hausigala mata hanuta kwanunavum meo isumamanga tatamachuma michano, hausigalavo.
Meanga qauyut 60% nguluartut, neqiqangiluaqattarnerartausimayut 2024 mi. Statistics Canada kunne oqausiusimayuq, amisuulaanguneqartaullutik kanatalimaarmi. Kene mami malik, oqsortuumiutauyoq oqartoq, qautamaakkoq piaqaaqarpattangit piarnerunneerpalliatuinnartu.
They're getting like
Maanoyoq akittorpalliavut takuyimavunga asijjiyunik teemanna ajornanginnersaunajartoq аммароқай киккулимаа қувиасунгнерсаунаяарпут инуусерми
Teemaittuinnaulunilu nunavullimaarmi talortuarnillu Fabian kangillik oqartoq ilagikkoq ilangit kaaqattalertu.
A lot of people struggle.
амисут инуит ajornartorseerput амисут kaasuunguvut аммару аперсоорлути неқине қарасаояккут упалуниинаарауtikku
Iglulimmittauq soqosernuungayunik neqitaarutitaaqattarunneerninginnu attuisimallattaartu. Carolyn tapartuk eqqanayalaartoq inui soqosernu sivulliutittinermut pileriniulaartunut haamalakkunni. Oqartoq neqitaarutitaaqattarunneernerooq ilagiinut akailleorutimarialuulertu.
Tukseqarfiukkanneqat tukseqarfiuqattalermata qoingilisarni immungnillu akittoq simaraarnikumu niuveqvimmiittu ikayuutaukkannerunnartummi qinaqattartu ilagi marigaruk tiksattinnu oqarumavunga neqitaarunnauttini ikayuutini
navummi neruarnarorpalliatillugu tukisinarsiyoq ikayortuiunnattaartunik inungnik qinerninginni Caitlin Jonas CBC Pivalleayut eqalunne.
Almost 60% of Nunavut households reported being food insecure in 2024, the highest percentage in the country. That's according to Statistics Canada. Kinet Mami Malik lives in Joe Haven. He says daily essentials are getting harder to afford.
they're getting like pretty expensive now, so I would like to see that change. Our lives could be a little bit easier and maybe everyone could have a happier life.
The same story can be heard across Nunavut. In Telojurak, Fabienne Kongelik says some families are going hungry.
A lot of people struggle. A lot of people go hungry and they ask for food like online or on the radio.
And in Iqaluit, the end of the Food Vouchers program under the Inuit Child First initiative has left a void. Caroline Taparjuk is the former ICFI program coordinator for the hamlet. She says the end of the food voucher program hit families hard.
Families are skipping meals so their kids could eat. And Family Services has been helping more families access formulas and diapers, which is very important. But for the next leader, I would want the food voucher program to come back, or at least have other options like food hampers or food banks in each community.
In Rankin Inlet, Anya Lulak Friesen volunteers at the Ikurak Food Bank. She says demand for help keeps growing, especially on items that were covered under ICFI.
As a volunteer of Food Bank, I have been getting more requests for formula, for diapers, for even milk.
Hengna Luak encouraged communities to take the matter in their own hand. She says the Food Bank Canada website is a great resource for those starting a food bank. As Nunavut heads to the polls, the message is clear. Voices are calling for lasting solutions. Carl Cardinal, CBC News, Iqaluit.
Ingilatu sa kataktagutakwan ni Khit akingit, ilulerinir mo akingit, ano, azok sartuit, Nunavut meo amiso vote to katakatayla, hano taman na pidjutauva niroaktino, hano tige manitok.
Ila teman namo tema o kakawunga tamakko asi jokpaleng tidliwin niroaka reakto kattarayak sak ilangai suvarekiak sartu yalertuin akituyok jam magarang manila niqitamani qallunani nunakamarwa sila tani ugora tamani nakataro gama tamani ilaw pilakama ila nakalanga ya kanigli akitu yok juang mata mana tu sakatari sakat tamakko anga yokango yun anana yullo nikitsaming nutangin nirilawngin matago payutaw gumayon ubaloba ay tsirong nangaktun taiman na tusalwakat talawng ikalwakatta maana taiman na tusalwak tuwalwakat talagatta nikitsakang ituning ubarukayang ikwa angayang natumon tamakkununga kinaw yang iniriyaw nga raktui kanukayang ikwa piyugaluan taiman na narunakto yaw niriluni ilangi taimay tuksawman kisianili tamakko akakang ituming nikitarve kurui ikayorjoakat taktuin ukwarunin kinaw yar magaro goromata anti aikun ikayortuilo titamakkununga saanga sakattamata gavamakkuning gavamakku piliriyutuaringu yariakangimata taakko anti aiku kinaw yarungin kanuili tawkattaqalua mangatali qauyimangiliramali immakaalikwa ikayukkanneriaqartuugaloa tamakkuninga
Joanna si hanu tamanna ipigi khattaqsima viuinu kaswaarnermo akinga
tamanna akituyok narunangitto kisianili isimagayaga una apaqqatigiyamallugulu tunneqsaqtaalualerpita gavamakkunni isaanga tuinnalerpita ubattinni pinasungitluta tamanna qaitupaaqsau tiuyu ubattinnu pigiareaqaqattaq quuleqaluaqattannang minne tunneqsaqtautuinnangilluta tunneqsaqtautuinnaqtilluta nauktaima piniaqtaqa una piyumayaqa nauktaima piniaqtaqa imailiutuinnaqquuleqatta teikkua sivuningani nangminne ajungittialaorsimagatta ikayortaatiartualulluta gavamakkunni GNWT-ngutillugu maanna ivertisimalermat Nunavut gavamakkunnut akserungnarnersaungmat suli aaqqikserpalliaqqууqaluarma tamanna li isimagayaqa teikkua piluanguartuming piuyualuulortu tainna Jordan principle uvattinnuttaa ikayuutaqaluarmingmat engutaqaramamaqruungni akserungnarmata iglugalu akileqsuriaqarlugu qaummaqqutilu tamakkuaruluye teikkua ikayuutaoqattartuit piuyualuugaluat ammalu iqalungni uvani nunaringniliu ilanginnu tusaqattartakka food bank teikkua atoqtammarialuungmata iqalungni piluanguartumi avungaqallaalu tukileriisuungmata aiklertuit neqimi akkiqangittuni taiman ilinniaq tittiaqaaqaqquulertugut nangmini pilimmaksanermik una neqitaarutiksammi piyaqaaqaqquulertugut sivullermeqa isimugikautigiligu makkua sunagaisakkuit gas tamakkua ikayuutaukkannerlutik maani tuktugiaqarunniarsimagatta tamakkua sunagaillusakkui tamakkua gaaslu ikayuutaukkanneqattarpata gavamakkunnit ikayuutaqarnersaaqquortoq inuusermut amma innu ileqqusinginni atornersaulerlutik teemaaq tuktu akkunerulu neqigiyunnarattigut immuk engiinna qautuinnarluunni neqigiyunnarattigulli niuviqaluaruttigut amisiungmata pidjutiksai qangattautialuillu tamakkuangungmata kisianittaa una uqautaunginnartu mental health taanna aktuaneqaqqoormingman akseruluaqattaleqatta maanna makkuktuillu imminiaqattartuikkuut saqqaujavut tamanna uvanili iqalungni kangerlinermilu nalunangitto taakkua neruagaksaujulimaattiat uqalaungimmata imialuktaarvik maturaarli uqautaoqattartuugalua taakkunangalli neruagaksauujuni tisalaunginnama takanna imialuktaarvik beer and wine maturaarli imailiortunik Kinaw yariaro kuulak tiugaruanikko agavamakkut millions nginniittunik tamanna akserungnartingmat uvanituangungittuq nunaringnullu naksaqartarmata qangatasiukkut aanniaviliarsimayut naksalerlutik kangerlinermiltaor taimeeqquumingmata tusaqartartavut tisamanigu imminertoqalaortu taimakkisiani pidjutik saqaramik akserungnartumik taanna oqaramatuinnarlugu qoyannami
Elisabeth Hanokle tusaqattarsimaleqqi
tainna piugiyang yugiallauqattalo Jordan's principle taanna tusaqlugu teikku atullarittuia ajorsaqattaloortuin uqaattalilaurmimmata takkuulinu taami tuniuqartaummata akitturuarituinnarivuigu so khan tunijaapiugaluangata asitjillaringittu akitturuakkanituinnarmimmata tunijarnin ama piqaruniitillugui akkiligiartautsangillan qanuqtuugiaqallarittu tamanna namminiqangata teikkua uqautigunnanginnattigu kisihani qauisertauqattalaurli nutaani kiinaujani ikayuutitsaugasallarigaluartunin tunisijuaguimata ajoqsartukuluit akitturiangaaqattangata tamanna qauisertaugiaqaqtu sugijaqa asiani nutaani ikayurutitsani alakkayuqalangpat.
We are speaking about the cost of living. What actions can the government of Nunavut take to help? Elisabeth.
I strongly believe, knowing now when there's could be really good support programs come into play, like Jordan's Principle, and those users who are very appreciative of it have noticed, because they're the struggling of our communities, they know the prices inside out. And they noticed right away when this program came, all the stores increased their prices. So I think although businesses we have no control over, I think there has to be some kind of mechanism in place so that if governments or maybe NTI provides a program that stores don't turn around and up their prices because it defeats the purpose.
Manitok, I'd like to hear your thoughts on ways the government could help.
On mental health?
High cost of living.
Oh, high cost of living. I know there are different stores down south. We have all kinds of grocery stores. And to get a cheaper price, we can go to a cheaper price store. I think we have a problem with we just have two stores. And Arctic Co-ops, who are supposed to be owned by the members, should probably be the one that should lower the prices. Northern Store is the other store. We don't have any other stores to go to. Maybe it's time NTI comes up with a grocery store. Maybe something they can think of. Because there's no other choice. These two companies are just competing with each other. And it's true what Elizabeth said, when people got Jordan Principle funding, the stores upped their prices. Even though Arctic Co-ops is Inuit owned and Inuit membership, and supposedly they're the ones that decide. Inuit are saying it's too much. Why doesn't that store, who is owned by the members, lower the prices? This is the situation we're in now. What Jonas said is true. We're just being given. But we have come to a point where in a crisis situation where children are starving, they probably go to school without any food. And a very good question is, why is the beer and wine store still going on? Nobody is mentioning that. It seemed to contribute to a lot of problems in the communities. And most of that money that should go to the children is going to the wine and beer store.
Jonas, do you have any ideas on how the government could help?
Yes, there's a high cost of living in the north, for sure. Everything's flown in. And so the stores or the consumer are struggling to pay for a milk, you know. But the Jordan Principle program worked out very well. I used it because I have 2 grandchildren that I look after. But my thought is we're being given handouts and we're getting used to it. And we go to election like NTI and they give us $100. We're just being given handouts. I think it's a wake-up call this time around that the government or the people should be starting to think differently, to look after themselves, to buy their own, and how to make their own, get their own food by not being given handouts. So I think one of the things that a good program would work is if the government can provide hunting incentive where ammunition or gas vouchers are given to the hunters so that a caribou would last more than a milk. So those are just my out loud thoughts.
Thank you all. Just a reminder, the polls closed a few moments ago in the Kivalliq region. Khawzi gyalq milavo kangir sinirmi pivallia zulqisi Selma Eccles khawzi saktumana ila khawzi mani khagma khanuilinga mga tatakwa ni waqta u kaswaqto aqviani o khawsi rigun naqigi Selma kikum mangata
I taima aqviani wangdingani marrungnik Nerwaga kartakakmat arbelu tikerarjualu takwa katimayut arbeat oangninga tamna nerwaga tau himakata lauto John Main inuktut arlu me atilik amma tana maligaleo wingmut nerwaga ngugeoktok Tony ulualuak takwa marublutik Nunaling ilatikirar war mo kimalik lutik tamangmek neretit seraluk lutik mumingo artit blutik inugno uglar ilatai kanuile rolu yartit blutik pilau mata ama arve nita taiman nata tamangmek pingo artit blutik neretit tamar lutik inuit okallagar ila katikar lutik takwa taiman na learning nik tu hauman nang khawbut khagitaw yakulu ajjinik takun naqtalaw lutik taiman na leortut amma nalaw tiala kullu arba palu neraqtaw yukut tu haqqaw talaw lutik tu hauman nak lutik taikwa arban puigulama arban nigianut tamna hibullaqpa alana kuksuk tamna makuktu bluni atatanga George Kuksuk maligalewti ulaw kimayok tana ilinea kimayok taw tok makkugiyak arvermiuta ila arvermiuta ugamailat nutaraw law kimagmata makkuktu yaktut tako arverni nerwaga kawyut tamna tuglia Jamie Kablutzer ilinea ring me hanat takhimayok amalu katimayo kataw takhimablone hamla kutnut akhoru teqarlunit taw makaiti ala katimayingit nik ikayok tui himayok arvet kanip mata kugyoang mut Manitoba mut amalu Saskatchewan mut tamako kigli kangingit nik tana ikayok tu ininga ajiu ngiu yaktut tako akhoru teqaluk taartut arvet amihulat seamenik nutarak takakmat taikani ilinnearvik takarluni luaglat pingahuni qooq ilinneali haartunut Makuktut amihutse amengung matali arveani taana udjernaujarpok Teresa.
Ay, nakormingila Salma. Inila hausi mahusivugu suli utak hivugut. Takwana saktangin ni Nunavut niroaktulirisikut. We are still waiting on results from elections Nunavut. Takwa tunisipata hausi kaivalyalangavogo nasaktangin ni. We will bring you the latest the moment we get them. Manauso hausi galrimilavo Eva Michael. Eva asingin ni nunalinni hausi hakkan nirunnaroviki vallermi nalliani manna hausi sakhe.
Teresa, man tawani kivallermi khamanittuaq. Hawi saluang wakta vupidjutigillugu tan Craig Simailak. Niruagatsangersimayok. Akira haktuni Malegalirtiulausimayumut Simeon Mikingwak 2013 me 2020 mun Malegalirtiulausimayok kisiani nuqqarnilausimayok ilagi ningin ta ilagi ninginnum nilangannu pidjutaqartuni ammalutawani kangerlini nigianut taga Curly Tanakuni niruartausi mahattarsimayok aqaagunut avatinut taana maannakut akkhano niruagatsauggilluni maanna aulatsisigayau Nunavut tungavikkunnu Jerry anuarmut ammalu taana allattimmariulorsimayok Nunavut tungavikku katatjaqatigiinginnun aanittattuini. Thank you, Teresa. So for Baker Lake over in the Kivalliq region, we're keeping an eye out because Craig Simailak is running this time around against former MLA Simeon Mikingwak, who was MLA from 2013 to 2020, who stepped down for family reasons. Over in Rankin Inlet South, where Tagak Curley is running, a longtime politician for 20 years, and this time he's facing NTI manager Jerry Anawak and former NTI Chief Executive Officer Annie Tatuini. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Te mataman hausi saktaungin narmiso isumalu tikisauchuni taman napikazan newsok hausi garlavo hanuilingan mga.
Tammiuniittoq eqaluttuuttia haammalakkungi katima vidjuartittitillugit aujaulautumit oqauseqalaurtut aangiarnartunit eqaluttuuttiarmi katimatjutaulaqillilaurtoq aangiarnartut pitjutaullutik maqquk angutiik aulartitaujaqaaqalaursimammatik aannersertaulaurtillugik aangiarnartut isumaalunaqaluartillugit imialuk peqataummiyo qikertaalummilli eqalumni isumaaluutaummiyoq imialuk atuinnauluarningani innukiaktunillu aangiaaqattarna taqqiulaurtumit paliisikkut unikkaanginni oqauseqarmiyoq 2020 minikkuuq maqqaartiluartumik amisuunersaulummata oqaalatjutaqaqattartut aangiaartuni Bert Rose eqalummiutaulertoq 40-uluartunut aqqaagunu oqartoq aqqaagukasanukkuuq aangiaaqattartut inukiaktukkuvinni amisuulerpalliatuinnarngata
Tusaavuti inungni toqluraartunik ammalukisumut torluraaqattautivata torluraaqattautiyui pidjutigillugu aivautillutik qatangutinginnut ammalu aivautillutik qitorngangittasaanganni ammalu imialuk pidjutaulluni
Josephikataarnuqarte maayauyoq arveanuk kivallerni oqarmiyoq imialuqarteeligaluartillugugoq arveani imialungnuk tikitaunginnaqattartu
Namiayuyoq tingmihuukkulu tikittarluti tikituukkulu umiakkullu auyakkut samaungaannunaptinno
qitormiunittoq kuugaaruq imialuqarteelimmiyoqoo haamalakkut allattinga Michelle Byers oqartoq imialukkoq atuinnauninga piyaugalangningalu isumaaluutaujunit oqausiugayuktoq katimaleqaangata Nunavut kavamakkunginnullu ikajortaujamaqattarsimalertuti aangiaarnartuleqiqattarneq pileqiangugialaartoq niruartoqalaunginningani kavamauniartuni Caitlin Jonas, CBC Pivallayot, Iqalunni.
In the Kitikmeot region, the hamlet of Cambridge Bay held a town hall meeting this summer to address the use of drugs in the community. This came after a drug-related assault led to the medical evacuation of 2 men in the community. While drugs are a concern, so is alcohol. In Baffin, the city of Iqaluit is worried about alcohol use and public intoxication. RCMP stats show that last month, calls involving alcohol nearly doubled in Iqaluit since 2020. Bert Rose has lived in Iqaluit for more than 40 years. He says that over the years, public intoxication has worsened.
You'll hear people screaming. And what are they screaming about? They're screaming about fighting within their families and fighting in front of their children, and alcohol's involved.
Joe Savikatak Jr. is the mayor of Ukfed in the Kivalliq region and says that despite being a dry community, alcohol is still finding its way there.
Vehicles fly in only majority of the year, most of the time, but there are other ways where alcohol could go in overland or boats in the summertime or snowmobiles winter season. So those are the ways alcohol gets into Hamlet.
The Kitikmeot community of Kugaruk is also dry. Hamlet SAO Michelle Byers says that access to alcohol and its use is a regular concern at their council meetings, and that the hamlet has reached out to the GN for help. The task to deal with substance abuse will now be before the new elected government. Mahnur Mubarak, CBC News, Iqaluit.
Eva Michael Khawzigaler Milavoto Sakpalialigatta, Nasaktaw si Mazuni. Eva?
Nakumitrisa. Sivulakpamitana amitome niwaktaw si Maviyuk. Sakiyuit sivulakpangalutit niwagatauluni Abraham Khamanik. Sivukataktar sulu niwaktaw ngitiwala tungilagiluni Roger Baudry tako ataw sirmik sakhi si Mayu niwagaktur si Maviyunuti samaluti atangiktuwit. Manukhaw siyut Abraham sivukataktor niwaktaw ngitiwala sulu 102 niwaktaw si Mayuman namutikitigo 47 ngulutit Roger Baudry Rina ikitok 34 note amalapa hawli 31 niwaktaw si Malaktuman namutikitigo. Over in Amitok, the constituency results, we have Abraham Khamanik leading by 55 votes at 102. Roger Baudry now in second place with 47 votes. Rina Iqituk with 34 and Paul Howley with 31 votes at this time. And Abraham Khamanik is leading but not elected yet. Over in Amitok. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Ingilata ko na saktaw valia tilogi mana o kakatigilang agatigo Verna Strickland nirwa katchauzo tununir mo mana o kalautiko kakatigilang sa bumich matalimit tilogo tunga sochari Verna.
Hi, Verna, just making sure you can hear us.
Mana siya ko kaya kanni kausigala nga sa vo mana to saksa chiangi ma ingila ta kwato sa katakta vo ni kwakta valia zone ilino karo makay Joanna sita na Abraham Khamanik ako ni katimaziu si malektosa ni kazak ang una sutuli rizik kunni si volliu jigo machoni lo avatili me khanotaman na isa magevyo
Tana Abraham kawi madluhu pila kawi nunaring mitabani. Ako niya ruglo teka nang miutaw siyang mat perong ni kodlo nilo. Umayong ni artik kun ni ikayuruang wakpaklo ni amma kewaye kun ni ini katudjakatigi kun kati mayo katawlo ni. Tana saili siyungudlo nilo ukatya siyungudlo nilo. Gawa makun ni ikanayak tiyak koklongan na tusaw matitilagiyodlo ni. Piyaw niya kasugiyakari tako na sauti mariklugit sanagayakten na mikiya paraguruman teka nilo kawya mayot yaklo ni ukakun natya sungullo nilo pitaaqtissimalluuni du uumayorniartikkunnut kayusutittisuunguninganut teema naasautingi maanna angiluanguaqqooppu
Manito, qarutaman nice magiveo.
Ila tana qauyimangi taqaluaqa kitsiani nirwa tau jutigi yumalautanga ikko yaqattaqea takpaunga Mary River Mine tappaunga qattartumakua umiartuan taawuna aqunagi aqutigi yaulaqunagu sanaqayau saniagut uqarsimaqqoomman taana immaqailagi yaujoq suqaimma nunamanna salumayualautillugu nirzutillu ila tusaqattarnikuuleqatta nirzutiin tuktoqattiangiinnalilautukivallermi immaqahalakaaptunu sunanukkiaqaujimangittunga kisiani uyaqaktara pijjutauna sugiyaulauqquumman taana ayaurtuilaumman taana saneqayak aqutigiyaulequnagu uyaqaktarianu suqaimma umiartuami sortuaqaalu itakpikunguaqattarmata uyaqaktarianu mittimataliu sanianiittumun taatsumungattau neruartaulua rasugiyaqa
Ibilili sa pihan utaman nice magiveo tunuanilluaq sunilutaanna Roger Beaudry nire unnaqataaqa tamanna takuqataaqtate
Ilangagu agga ni unattao paahaale qaujimmakakkuttao Joana sititu atau semiungittu nunalegalami katimayusi mammattao so qaujimmalugialluma nunalegalani anginiqsauniarsuiqqaujakka amma arnani kajortuinginnasuungugama taanattau radio qaujimmalluarnagu addigingala takunniarsuiqqaujanganivanga
Qallunaatitu saaqunnaaqutta qanuingippa Joana si taak ila tell me your reaction to what we just saw, the votes coming in. Abraham Khamaniq in the lead, long-time board member of the Sanigazaq Hunters and Trappers Association. One of his priorities is environmental concerns.
I'm not surprised at the moment he's leading because he's done a lot of work for the community. Hall Beach is a small size, mid-sized community, and everyone knows one another. But Abraham has proven that he helps the community, especially with the Hunters and Trappers organization, by acquiring some of the equipment that will help the community in terms of managing wildlife issues. So I'm not surprised he's leading at the moment, and he's been a board member for Qikirtani Inuit Association for quite a while, and he's calm and quiet, but he gets the message right across. I wouldn't be surprised that if he gets elected. So that's my thought right now. It might change. The numbers might change.
I'm going to hold this conversation. I believe they've resolved the technical difficulties we had prior to this conversation. Dan naila Verna Strickland nirwaga chauzo tununirmo manau halaw tikko kakatigigun naksikakko michimatalimitiligo Verna tungasukchiarit.
Kuya nami Teresa.
Verna kakun nakisuma nirwaga cha rogumalaw mangakpi tununirmo.
Nirwagak so yumari ila nirwagak so jarong ikaraktunga kisani tamatumani auyo yumi piyak sa koruya katakama ilina raksimaroktunga kangaklinong mo practicum rakturoks ilina tani kanayani pilga karakturokama agis ngokasuningani piyakiraku ilinaktaka kanayaktakunne lilawkama Tayman name ikanaya taon nanginara pidjutigilo akoklugo nirwagak samu matwilma namanama nirwagak so sikadlaroktunga tamakwa nirwagak so jutigiyakka iglokattiangino inurigina amma inu pikkusingi uqawsiri ila gavamabu inungno aturektit ila kano na maraktik jumi yun ng mga tigo teman na gutigililaw pa ka.
Hanoi hatta lau kalikang iksinir miu tau tilluti taman nanik waktu lekinek.
Ayong narokto piyak sakal okakaugama piyak sakarogama ilinak sinnaklungaro Bachelor of Social Work me piyak sakatagama ammar umerja ko outla kaklunga outla simayaka luktidlunga nirwagak sauni matuilawma umerja mislunga asilap camp kano nirwagak sauni ni okawsikakatagaksa umerja mislunga ayonaroma Facebook ku kisani amma tarafuku okawsikakuru yakatarok tunga nirwagak sauni ni ayonarok tugara kisani piyagpo alene
Tako alo ikazok titihano nilirvigi gumavige.
Alene igusutyak tunga kuyagit jaksugillu ikayoktika teemannaaru ikayoktorta jaga sugilawngin nama kisani ukperosuk tunga ikayoktinno ayungititawgama kuyannami jakpakka ikayoktigiyakka piloartung Jesse Gordon ikayuinang mga temanga nirwaktaw ikaraguma kanuingilluni nirwaktawguma kanuingikidluni kisani agne unongnakse uktokata nang mata temanna okauti yumagibakka uktokatakta
Verna Halonatito South Torunaruno Hanuingipa. Verna Strickland, candidate for Tununuk, is on the phone with us. She's in Pond Inlet. Verna, why did you decide to run for MLA for Tununuk?
The reason why I decided to run for MLA was because I just finished school I took my Bachelor of Social Work degree with Memorial University, and it took too long for for anyone to hire me. So a spark came for me to run for MLA, and accidentally I ended up being nominated, and not accidentally, but like out of nowhere, I was nominated because I agreed to it, and I thought it was time. And so the reason, there's some things that are very important to me, such as housing, children and youth, mental health, and for our Inuit to have or to take back the government that we were meant to have. And so this is why I was running for MLA.
Thank you so much for your time, Verna.
Thank you, Teresa.
Ingila tu sakpalia likatta ila niko ila nasaktaw si Mazoni. Eva Michael, how's it galak milavo?
Nikomi Teresa, tawani kangislini wana note. Ililigatam nirwaktaw si Maviyok tu sakpigi valiagatigo sivunlirpanguluni man ami sivunlirpanot nirwaktaw si malaktu Kathy Tautungi takwa ataw si gula nirwakt besi mayuhaw sa haktilugit talima mata atingaktigwit pingasunutana ilatan man 37 nirwaktaw si mayuk Amalo Tana Alexander Samuktuk 27 nirwaktaw si Malumni Tana Maligalektiwloktuk. And over in Rankin Inlet North, we have some numbers coming in. Rankin Inlet North, Chesterfield Inlet, where Kathy Tautungi is currently leading, but still a lot of votes to be counted. Kathy Tautungi currently has 37 votes against incumbent Alexander Samukta at 27 votes. That's only one poll out of 5 reporting. And we'll have more for you as the night goes on. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Tema Nunavut miuni tu sakayalak mita.
I am so hopeful that we're going to see positive change because
right now in the community there has been an increase in crime. There's been an increase in the unstableness of and uncertainty of some of the issues that are coming across, with the introduction of hard drugs into the communities, the talk of having a beer and wine store here. My hope is that we're going to have some strong MLAs in the Legislative Assembly advocating for more support services, for more funding to those services, and funding that's easier to access. Nonprofits and organizations across the territory have a hard time in obtaining funding, and I'm hoping that it'll be easier to get contribution agreements and to have fundings being released in a timely manner. To be a nonprofit, to cover the overhead costs, that can be an issue. So my expectation is to have a more streamlined Legislative Assembly and Cabinet with the 7th Legislative Assembly.
Tamannaila uirisimanek imialuk ammalo pirazan niuso isumalo tigizaungin naktilogo hanok litamanna gavamakkunno kamagizaugia haktoqivio manitok.
Ila taakot itaichimani 99 gavamautilluta paaukalikku pikoro isimalaganermon ajorsisimanermo tamakkununga kai saqatittiniarneralaarsimammati kisiani imanna isimanarto taakwa gavamaujun taakkuninga beer and wining sivuliutittilaumata tamakkua namusaabbissaqangitillugun namunngarbissaqangitillugun ajorsisimayui sunatuinnamon tamakkuaro aangayarnartu ajjigiingittuaruit qaujimangitavulluunni aangajoqqaangulluta tikittuaruulertu Nunavut iluaniilertuin tagva panersiibbiqangittugun taakkua gavamakkun sivulliutittilaumata aangayaarnartunin aaqittaubimmik namunngaubimmik pitaqangitillugu tamannaisuangittummaqajalaugaluaq teinnaro arviarmiu meiyungauqaqqaungman qanutuinnaalu itiqattartui aangayaarnartuin taakko liberalku ukkuersilauqaartillugit siportorlugarmik piluakkannertuarerma ajjigiingittuaru aangayaarnartuarui piyauluakkannilermata titeqarnervikullu tikisaigunnarsillutiq pingmata tamakkua tamadja qitungariinun pittiangijutaujualuulertuin narunarunniirtuugaluaq taakkua gavamakkuulangajui tamatsiminga isimallattaareeqarniartuin qanu ikajortaunialergaluaq mangaataa tamakkua ajorsisimaluartualuin ikajortaubiksammi qineqattartuksaugaluarmingmata taakkua isimaalungnaluartualuulertun ajjigiingittuaru aangajaarnertualuin ukua beer and wine tuinnaungittualuin sangijualuin isimamullu soornartui tamakkua tikittualungmata Nunavummun taakkua sivulliujau jariaqalaungikkaluarmata aangajaarnartuni niuviaksaqarbiin tamanna tamadja isimaliorutigiau jariaqallattaalerto panersiibingmin oqallaujibingmin qanunoqqarumayunun inimin pitaqariaqallattaalertu sivulliujau jariaqalauguluarman.
Elisapi, I'm going to switch to English here. Drug and alcohol addiction, rising rates in crime. What do you think the government needs to do?
We need to concentrate on multiple things. Housing is critical because it has a huge impact on your mental health. It is. Every person has a right for a safe place, privacy. We don't have that. I know in Iqaluit, way back, there was a march to when marijuana was the big problem at the time. And I've talked to local, some of our Iqaluit who are saying now, we did that big march to the snack at the time, because that's who was providing it. And today, we've learned there's even stronger stuff, and we have not taken action ourselves. is it time? There's that conversation happening now. But I think it has to be more than that. The people could take a walk, but what then after, right? These people with mental health, we need to be mindful. If they're reaching out, they need to be called upon. It only takes one person to ask, and if the government does not respond to that ask, they're going to sit there and suffer silently. So we need to be more proactive in reaching out when people, like for example, the treatment center when it opens. Policies in these institutions is you have to be sober for 30 days. Well, when they're reaching out now, and they're feeling helpless, suvale. Right? So these are the kind of conversations we really good kind of conversations we have to have after, I think, the election.
Joanna, see, our community is talking about going dry again. Do you think that needs to happen?
Tamatuminga ukauskaktuin na parung mata nagawagaksaw mental health. Tayo may liyungin ng mata. Ilangin tukimuago tiksami pangnaw tiksani isima kaktuksaw yugarwat. Kasi ani atang lutik ministung lu amaru premier gunyak tangan. Siungu yagakang naktu, siungu tidlutik changi yurutik, okakon naklutik, nokkaktiyon naklutik, marigariyokon naklutik, iman na nokkakutik saming. Tamakkuninga sakit yagakakayak koktuit, taikwa gawa mau naktu, taman na ikpigiyago ni siurigutik. Taman na ru immini katang na suicide prevention, okawsa urok si mayugarwa, okawsi okatago ni makkuktuit matuyak palianak sa ko kayang mata taman na isimagidlu tema tekwa ilangin mari nagawagaksaw yu okakataktu garot urokyan ng itumititti ng may isimadlu ti safety taman na ilakang mat parisik kuniglu tamak kuning agalag ilakang mat pilagakatakakataklutik tekwa Siungu ko yagarwaka, sangiyo ko garwaka, niyakta garwaka, ilagaso kang idlutik, akiksi yung naklutik, piyok ko yung garwaka, taan na isimagiyaw yung.
Taan na ikalun ni Matuila si Tilugo galwa panik si Vicky Sianili sa pita ko kanira hakita.
Dari, nalo nang tatatsaw sa rilar medyo. How yung malarama, mayor si Malunga, ang iyu'i pimmari alak pannattaw kaswak tillugin. Ang irutta pannalak tilluta Matuila nga tillugo. Ilani ko mikisitsaw siriso. Ang ilisungum mata halwe takulugo. Karo ni fay ni makguat yang ililaw si mamman. Nung nalangala abya mi amiswalwe. Ang amisungum kalat si Madwi. So tamakwa si Mariga kawi mayugum na madjangi katana sa najak. Nunaligalani sanakan niriyali nalunangge.
Nakupmik. Ingilata kiswa hulano simmimma takwa nirwak bid khitirmiuni matulanga simmizot takwa nasaktaw valdia zopi valdia tillugi khawsikai khattalanga vogut takot chau tikitilluta. We are approaching the top of the clock where polls in Khitirmiut are about to close. We will have the latest results for you as they come in right here live, so stay with us. Khawsigarun nagmizufsi khanuilinga mga tatakwa nasaktaw valdia zot khakitaw zamurlusi cbc.ca/northmut takwa nalunaytaw valdia mimma takakitaw zakko taw tuttusi nunavummi nirwaqtaw lirinirmi 2025 mi. Unnukut tungasukitchi nunavummi nirwaqtaw lirinirmo 2025 mi. Teresa Kayachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Kayachuk. Ullume Nunavummio nirwaqaqtuq qaumata kinakko sivuliqtigisauni armangata nalunay langazui ammalo sunait pimmariuti ummangata atchurornartuillo kamakisaw valliagunnarlute. Kikkulangava initaaqtut tabbani 22 ichivautani maligaliorbimmi. Today, Nunavut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalimnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaqtui illukit chanermo.
Kikhattarnermon aukartekhimartualu khattaqtiluitaima iglulerisitaqattiaqqunnaugalua.
Pirasa khattaqtui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtulerineq isumalumnaqtumiittillugo. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruagatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsihattalangazuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumalu tigisaugazuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangasavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavut across the territory.
Daututusi, Nunavummi, Niruaqtulirinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes.
Tungasugitchi, takuchau tigitilluta unno Nunavummi niruaqtuliritilugit. Te mali khitermiuni niruaqvingi matusimalertut takwa naasartauvallialertillugillo kivallermi khikertaalummilo niruaqtau giaqtuqqausut te ma Iva Maiko khawsisaqma taakkuninganaasartauvalliasuni Iva uqarunnaqhi khanuilingalermanga takwa matutillugi khitermiuni niruaqpiit
nakumim Teresa. Te mana khawsraaqtaaqavitaaqwa sitamaulluti niruaqtausima viujuit khitermiuni matuvallaajuit niruaqeertorbiit khawi ina saqqipallaaneertuit taakwa naasartauvallaaneriangin unnu tamani ilanginnunali khawi saluanguartavut iqaluttuutsiaq ilagillugu niruaqtausima viik taakwa naasartaukkanergiaqalauqsimammata niruarnautillugu kingunittinni maqqwaqtimmarik Pamela Grass taana saalatsalauqsima 2021 utillugu taana saangajaulluni Nunavuttungavikkunna aulatsisigajaui Peter Hukkaq maannakkut ammalo Fred Peterson mut taanakut tukimortitsijimmaqigijaujuq qitermiu inivikkatutiqatigiinginnun taakko khanuili naasartaunerijangi khanui palliamangata. And as you said, there are 4 constituencies on Mountain Time with polls closing now. We should start seeing results from these polls as the night continues. Some communities we're watching closely is Cambridge Bay. This constituency went to a recount in the last 2 elections. Pamela Gross took the seat in 2021. She's facing NTI manager Peter Hukkaq again, as well as Fred Peterson, executive director of Khitermiut Inuit Association. So Pamela is leading at this time. Second place, Peter Hukkaq and Fred Peterson. And still, numbers are to come in for that constituency. Back to you, up. One other thing we're watching for is Uqummiut, where Gordon Kautuk is currently leading by quite a bit. He has 368 votes at the moment against incumbent MLA Mary Khilirti with 25 votes. Mamia nawaloaq taako kiputtilermigakki naasartauvallaaneringiin khallunaatitu inutitullu Gordon sivukkataqtumaanna 368 nut niruaqtausimayoq maligalertuuleortu miariqilirtit maanna 25 nunniruartausimayuq taakku taututugit tauvani kangirtugaapimmiiqikirtartuarmillu kikkartuinasuartui taakku 90% maqinnut amisuunneqsoojui Gordon kauttuq sivukkatartoq ilinnu Teresa.
Nakormi Eva, oik tamanna hausiriiniartutsaummisavu kisianili Toby utak hausigiakainnarlavu maana Gwen Healy ahiaroq ikasortinginni upatsimamma iqalui maniqasarmi Toby uqarunnaqimaannaqanuilinga vissi.
Qoyannami Teresa maana tapani suri inugeeruangikkaruarluni kisaani taakkua saputjiyartortut aksullaaru utjernartut taakkua utaqqitteaqatausimayut taakkuninga taakkua neruarsimayuni naisarnermi isulinnasunninginni taakkua uqallakataruruiarlutik unikkaarpaklutiklu qanoq upigusunninginni teimannausimavoq takpani ilangilluunni tamaani manaqayangmingikkaruartillugi qainginnarsimangmata saputjiyartorlutik. Right now here at the Inuservik, the supporters here are coming not only from the Managayak area here in Iqaluit, there are also supporters that are in different parts of the Iqaluit, and the support system is really warm in here. And here I have with me a supporter who is not from Managayak but from Nakungu. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Madeline Cole, Nyahungu Miutauyunga, but I'm downtown here supporting a friend and somebody who works very hard for Nunavut. So I'm here for Gwen. Yeah.
Why have you decided to come here to support Gwen?
Well, I think anyone who's willing to put their name in for any level of election is should be drawn to public service and wanting to help and wanting to make change. And I know her, and I know she works incredibly hard for health and education and for all of our well-being, literacy, you name it, she's on it. And so there's a lot of people here who have been able to vote for her, but I'm not in her riding, but I'm here in solidarity, with everyone. We should all vote, and it's a time to think about what we want in our government.
There are quite a few people here to support Gwen Healy Akaro. What kind of vibe are you feeling while you are here with them?
Well, we're happy, we're warm, we're eating tuktu soup, we're hopeful, and we'll see how the night pans out. But and we're also meeting in the amazing building that she was, a big part of making happen, which is a big resource for everybody in Nunavut. Yeah. So.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Thanks. Good night. Bye.
Good night. That was Madeline Cole from Nakungu here to support Gwen Healy Akaro. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Toby. Inila te malitusaqataaqattauq qummiut taakkuaniruariartoqsimasuiamisuunninginni 368 naasartausimaliqtuitaatsumunga Gordon kautuq taannalo niruartaukanniqasuartuugalua Mary Khiliqtimaanna naasartausimasui 25 joanasi tautoqataaqakki huaqsaartuusaartillutiqanutamanna isumagivio
Wakadlanga taakkuasivullerpa qoomata naasautiit isimaqqauyang qanuaru ukuaqai tammanngangittuugaruat taimaatigieru ungassigiiktigingmatik naliakluunni nunali angineqsauyo piyumayaminik narunaaqseq naseqqууmmata taakkuaru ila naasauti tikippallianingi maliklugit taana asijjituinnariaqarmingmat oqaqqaugama tamanna niruarna aseroqtaannaujarmat taanna makkuktuullunilu kisianittautaan namarigarioktu uqataaqtu pilerikan marialuurau mi ila pilerikkaummat apersuinnaujaqlunillu apersiutittia wangni taannari maanna kamagiyaqa ila tapaaqtunga maanna uattiaru asijjituinnariaqartu
Manitok hanutaakkoa niruartiit uqartuqivigi taanna niruartaukan nirasuartillugu galua Mary khiliqti.
Immaqaataakkoa kangissuaapimmiun nunaqatimini immaligaliorteqarumayuin. Amma inugiangnersaaluullutin qikertartuarmiunin. Taanna Mary pilerittiartuaruna sugilauma yaqartau qallaktangin miksiqattiaqattalaumata apersorutigiangilluu. Uimayaangittiarsunilu meiyuunikugami. Kisiani taanna Gordon 14 ukiuni hamla niin katima yoqatayaw nikuquma ammaro ilniaturerikunu katima yoqattarnikuvinulluni eqqartuiyurerikkunullu katamani yoqattalaornerilluni ammaro umayurerikkunnu katima yoqattarnikuugilluni eitning ukiuni taaqqa qimiqqutuinnersugi pilereeqattartangin imminituni jutigiqattarnermat katimayu bignu tamakkununga immaqaataakkununga nunarigiarminu upigiyauman pilereqattarnerpan taanna kisiani Mary sivulliuniaqasugi qaumiyaqattau
Aakhilamiqulukiugunnaruvi Elisapi qanutamannaisamakiviu
Qawaqsaarsimavunga Qawaqsaarsimallaqittunga taannatau alla tersimayaqauna isumainassugunnallianniruartaulanga taannatau titirsimayaqanniruartaulangaju tusaaqtarsimagakkutau apersugunnarata apersutuinaq ubbalu apersursiartoq iunnatau hartugu apersursiahattarsimamma qauyamallugu quarsaartuinnaulugulli
Nakumi Tei mali illuleqineq nunavummi aisumaalunnartumiinginnartillugu kangersinermi pivalliasuleqisi Selma Eccles qausigialauqtu tamattumaumitsaanu qausigiarlavu
Lucy sannertaanjuk uingalu innauliqtuuk taqqitamaat utoqqanuo lutik kiinaujalerpaktut maanna iglorjuangat atoqtangat marungnik qaqialik kiheeni nutaqangit nut engutangit nullu 13 ngoqqimayut ilagiit Lucy uppanea nukarlerpaa uilik nutaqaqqarlunilu kiheeni nangmineq iglorjuamik atoqtualauqqimangitut
Taakko akiitsoqamuungittiammariqlutiklu igloqalauqsimangimmarikluti igluleriikkunni nutaqaqqutipu taakko tamaaneettun iglutaaqasuinnaaluk pakkaluarluti qangaluktaani iglutaarungnangimmarikattarlutiglu
Taakkoa pijutuungittut taimanna iiva oqatsiaq arvaarmiutaujoq maanna iglumik atoqtuartoq qareelingmik pingahunik Panialu engutangillu. Iivau panikkania jooni igloqalauqtuugalua atoqtuartumik kiheeni ikualalauqaartillugu aniyaqeaqalauqmata. Taima taakkua katitsareaqalilauqput anaanaminut 15 guliqluti iglumi atauhermik ammalu anarviktaqarluni atauhermik. Iiva oqalauqtuq tamanna taqanaqqittartoq. Ilaatnikut amihuluamut imangmik utaqqiyaqeaqaliqtaqmata
anarviktauqilaaatulaamaaqu ayang naqalugua kulaangup mata autamamea ayang naqaluyuq mata utaqqitauyaqaluqtuni ituigayaatto washo endrayernoq qayuittu
uqatsia uqalauqtuq pania jooni maana Winnipeg miitunutaqangillu iglorjuanga hanayauganikpat uteriarumaarluni arveanut Nancy Voice nutaqaminik peruqqaijaqeaqalauqqimajoq inutuuluni tikerarjuarmiuta maana uyaqaktariani hanayu kangerliniu haniani
It gives me my own space
Uvannut piveqartittivappoq nangmane iniksannik quveegiyaqasanaara kisaani qimaktisuunguvanga qitungannik ammalu engutakka Naini engutaqartunga kangerlinnilaasuunguuvanga upaksiartoqlunga assingittao engutakkaat ammalu teekkuamaqquuk nuktiroortut aaruaamut aannernartoq
James ittuluk maana angajoqqaanguyo qitermiut Inuit Association mut uqartoq iglukikkarnertao qitermiuni namiluktaa ittoq Inuit igloqareaqallarilertut.
Takuyumayavuna misiung miyun taimanatsainartao kitarmiut soorlakitulaangmat sunatuinarmun. Upagasaarsigulakitulaangulluni neqiilluni viaksakitulaangulluting inukittummariu lutalamaannaajok. Taimaliglukiksaarnertaanna taiyaunginnartoqautamaan. Akserukkaneriahalangayutaikkua Nunavut munero ila neruartauniartupaquyaleorringmun.
Nunavummiut tuhaqtitsihimalertut CBC kut allaqortoqareaqaleqmat iglukikkarniu mikkaanut. Neruarneartillugit neriuktut neruartauyut maligaleertiunermut ikajorunnarneaqmata. Sauma ekor CBC pivalleayut kangerlinermit. Lucy Sannertanyuk and her husband are elders. Both earn a pension every month. They live in a 2-bedroom house in Rankin Inlet, and they can have 13 family members staying there at one time. Lucy says her youngest daughter is married and has 3 children, and they have never rented a public unit to call their home.
They don't have housing arrears. They never had a house from housing ever. All our grown kids living with us have all applied for public housing, but never get a house. It seems like forever that they have been waiting to get a house.
They're not alone. Eva Ukatseak is from Arvet. She's living in a 3-bedroom house with her daughter and grandchildren. Eva's other daughter, Joni, had a unit with her family, but a fire caused them to move out. That meant 15 people were living in one house with 1 bathroom. Eva says sharing facilities was a strain because they rely on truck delivery for water and sewage pump out.
The bathroom is the busiest place. Everyone needs to shower daily. We have to wait and take turns, and that gets annoying, and the use of the washer and dryer becomes never ending.
Ukatseak says her daughter Joni is now in Winnipeg with her children until her unit is safe to move back into. Nancy Voisey is a single parent from Well Cove, and she works for the gold mine near Rankin Inlet. She says the only time she has her own room is when she's at the Meladine mine for 2 weeks.
It gives me my own space. I enjoy my job, but it takes me away from my children and grandchildren. I have 9 grandchildren, so I go to Rankin to go spend time with my other grandchildren, and my other 2 moved to Ottawa, so it gets painful.
Voicey says she has lived in the South at different times, but to live down there was not easy. She says in Nunavut, health and dental services are free, and she gets to be with family. James Ituluk is the acting president of the Qitangmiut Inuit Association. He says the situation in Qitangmiut echoes what all communities in Nunavut face. People need houses to live in.
We would like to see our communities benefit as well. Living in Kitikmeot, the cost of living is one of the highest in Nunavut. The population is not very high, but our communities face housing shortages all the time. The members will have to work very hard once they're elected.
Across the territory, Nunavummiut told CBC they want change when it comes to the lack of housing. And as voters, they say they hope the newly elected representatives will be able to bring just that. Salma Akos, CBC News, Rankin Inlet.
Daima Adjili Rizivo, Upachimama, Niroaga Chauzumi, David Achearok, Echaluineachungumo. David, Niro ila Kinguniani, Makwakti, Ilisau, ila Niroakta, Simalaktuti, Kikatulauktai, Lohutitok, Uharunaki, Summa, Asijisilauk Mangarpi, Niroarbini.
Kaya nami ukadlatigam nakavinga tamaunga ko malilawtunga takwa ilakat kanigi malaksuwin tapane qotittumit pingasunin nunalin nikigaktu ilaw ko matapaunga kaya tasungalo ilanniga suksungalo ammalu takwa cabinet minister lunga takwa outlahatakka amiga khatalawngin mata tamaunga ko marilautunga takwa ilakuruka kadligiakkan ne madlugin amalu tamani ikalon ni kigakto yun na sugidlunga tabunga nirwakasao rilautunga.
Hanuman na ipinniya vi nirwaktaw ila nirwaktaw gumatidluti no.
Unno yok takwa kawi sa katay naktabot tisa maudluta nirwaktaw yung masikatta takwa nunga kisani nirwaktaw niya katta tabba nalunat siya mamana kano iligiyasa alay na ilakattaksuni kano iligiyasa nalunak si kayo nakattaksuni tayo manito gumana.
Kano ito lang afatakwa sibudliw ji langazati nirwaktaw tam nirove.
Takwa pingasuni okaw sa kaksimagamat takwa ilagin namot katangutigin namot kadligiakan ni kumadluni tabani kaluni amalo tana naminakson tana Nunavut mo pimareuman tana piyakaya kadlatatigon amalo idlo kag tiyang iluwak nitun idlo liukan niraya kadlatakat tabani.
Hano tusak si malaki ata ko nang ilini kasok-tok ne.
Upakatalaw ko kit tungasok titaw katalaw ko makoy na mi tiyata katako ay kaloy niya kung ngumin. Tako idlongin upagote kataksunga amalo tungasok titaw kataksunga apaksok taw kataksunga amalo kisuni piyo maga makiapak soktaw lunga amalo tako isumaro tigiyaw yin uwan o kadyaw kataksutin teman na ipinatsaraw to pigiyadlakan nila nakatato tay kwadlo innay tay kani kamami pulareak sugit aksuarang piliriasan ni ukaw sa karaw mata pigiyadlakan nila manamakin ng matako innang nito sakso ni kisu isumaro gayaw yun piyaw ko yang ini tako aksoro tigikan nila sunyate kanira taw kadlan nila mo.
Nakormig Mr. Akyarok at win na kaya katakafe.
Kaya namin.
Inila kausi gyalak milavo Eva Michael man na kausi sakto na saktaw valiazo ni Eva kanwilak ka.
Nakami Teresa, tayo may la ikait itigo magatata kanwa sakta waleningit sakipalya hatangata man sakiyaktut ila sakikawyun amit tome niwaktaw si mabiyuyut tan sibukatak naman na ay walam kamanik 102 nut niwaktaw si maliktok Roger Baudry, 47 note, Rena Ikitok, 34 note, Amalo Paul Howley, 31 note, Niraktaw si Madlone. Tawong kibalang may kangilsinik 1 note, Igluligaw Mot, 37 Niraktaw si Mayaman, Kathy Tautungi, Tungiligiluneo, 27 Niraktaw si Mayok, Alexander Samoktok. Amalo ukommeunut dan Gordon Kautuk 368 not man nirwaktaw si Mayok dan maligalir diolog to miele khidikti 25 not man nirwaktaw si Madlone. Over in the Amituk ridings constituency results as they come in for Amituk. We have Abraham Hamanik leading currently with 102 votes, Roger Baudry 47 votes, Rena Ikituk at 34 votes, and Paul Howley at 31 votes. And now over to Rankin Inlet North, Chesterfield Inlet, where Kathy Tautungi is leading at the moment with 37 votes, and incumbent MLA Alexander Samotuk is at 27 votes. And over to the Uqumut region, where no one's elected yet, but we're just reminding people where we're at as results come in. Gordon Kautuk is currently at 368 votes, and Mary Khidakti, who is incumbent MLA with 25 votes. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Manalo, uka katigilang sa vo, tana niruaktaw, ila niruaktaw kaswak, niruakat siya Gordon Kautuk, o kumyono. Gordon man, nalang naiktaw si Mavo, ami sumaking no, niruaktaw si Malaktuti, kanutaman na ipigivyo.
Man, yung na chene tuya, sovereign activity. Nami dinero after yung isa yung nakto na kayo magamamero sa nuro na tamakko ako tigin na kay rin anya na nitire ilin na rin asin nagdita makko ako rin na may araw kanila sa katang niyo bunya kitulo ni tamadyo mata Ido kami tu anu ti ami so padero mata tamadyo ko si ami so garo ko yan nami man na yung nang tuyama na wakto yung siya tu
Hanuto sa katalaw ke niwaktaw kaswaktil luti takunang nga upakatalaw taknivi hanuto sa katalaw ke
Susakat lang tumalitiyong tunin kuwelyo at rock na negolasyo yan suliyo yo kaya mataban na wakto na ikayong nakong
nakukmi at winaw siya katakavi Gordon
ko yan namito
Hingila sulita ko nasak taw valiazut nalunay hat talang agatigo taw tuin nakitsi There are still more polls to report. We'll keep watching results. Thank you for joining us. Tema ilichin nito sa kumavunga. Tako misutil logi ukaw si Chow zut. Ilisapilin ni kay pigar lunga kano. Taman na ipig si malakyo.
Man atok tabo man. Susarok tatu ilang ilun nang ini. Ilan ko tuwabik tu jurata ko ba ni wari kata utak kitiluta aku ni ya si mama. Susarok marwar tu ngawar ilun nang ini.
Kanok litaan na isumagivyo David akyarok tan na niwak taw kasawak tilugo ASEAN ni tamani kalon ni
isumagivyo mina ataso. Ni waktu si mati lugu mak waktu taba ni tasung mata mani ni waktu ko masikala pa si majuyunga su kay mami sunita mani ni waktu ko nakini ka oye malungat tao tan kwaksari kala yung miya kata mani ni waktu ko swalong
ibili manitok
ila uwangat tao Suga mitapani ni waktu bigi kataro tamini asijikala mga maunga kalon non isimayuin na ko la wata imakali tapikunga kataron nilaw man ubalo tapikunga kon nangilwala man ipiadjumon imakali tapana meonon tamani ni waga changi karo ako isakota kun nirtula yabini alu yatu inalangan tamani ni waga chawlangan isimakaktunga imaka PJ Tana so kay ma akagin mago PJ nirwartingin no tamakono nirwartaw ni gayanganing kisani nirwagasaw katigiyang itako apikunak tokjara mata Lucid Law Amaro Jacob si Peter et piko minel ninga ilagi yaw kataw willuni Tana David nirwagasaw matamani Tamana may utawin na tuwin nagalak ko Manila. Nagwaktaw si Magarosonic, piyadang may unon. Kanuin niya mga takugumanang nekto.
Jonasi, ang ikatikivyo?
Ilang ako. Kasi isi magayari tayo na David. Isi maksong na nagwagak sa kumaguni. Tayo may kata. Tayo man naakik si simang mata. Tayo ko nagwakto na kayo. namituin naguag sa yun nakata. Teko naguag gaksa ko katigayang piu yung ming mata. Dan tusarong ngaraw ko Jacob Pusi Peter ilinyak to the new mixano. Immakan ng ilinyak to the new marigang asijilang ngitilugo ilinyak to the ko awet titiang nagsawrok sa mga mata. Isimareo ko naklutik man na mariga karang mata minutes to isimareo ko naksidlunit yaman na piyong immat. Teko ilang ito ukausik sa kamayo garuan ila amisyong matataykan ni akong ngumi. Nagawagag sa uyu teko nunga. Tan na David ako naguro gawamak ko iluan ni pilagasimang mat. Yellow knife mi utorok si madlunilo kauye matyang gawamak ko kano akiksuwe katak sa mga ata. Ala ilak ko sa kang mga ata amma ministro katang ni Kodlo ni amisyon ikayot tiya paklun nunaring miyon kubiyasik biyo rangad lo pingwak katiki katakak ko nunaring nyo sakyat yang man kanunyak pakya nagwakta niyang mga saking matanasa uti.
Let's pivot now and talk about housing. Is the government doing enough to get housing for people? Elisabeth.
I believe in strategies, but clearly in the housing strategy they did. I don't think they did proper timelines because we're not meeting it. From the get-go, I believe recently NCC, the issue when they were in front of standing committee was they didn't have staff. They had staffing issues. Well, why did you commit to this strategy? Well, why didn't you go and hire the people so you could start building? Strategies are great, but you have to have realistic timelines. And I don't think that was the case, obviously, because everybody is too short of housing. They haven't met their first timeline. Are they going to meet everything by the second timeline? They really need to revisit that strategy to make sure that there's not apathy, and I think some of that we talk about why there's a low turnout. And I think it's because of these broken promises. There's this big drive for housing right now, but it's not being met, and hopefully it'll change with this government.
Nunavut 3000 has come under some criticism. Should there be a review of the program, Manitok?
It's probably being reviewed now in some way, because I know that there's been a change in management with NCC. With 3,000 housing to be built in 10 years, GN to build 1,000, NCC to build 2,000. If they have deadlines, just as Elizabeth says, they could probably make that happen. But one of the disappointing things that I saw, I was at Aksanok one time, and all the employees were having a training session there from NCC. I'm pretty sure there are NCC people, the construction workers that were there. There was only one Inuk in about maybe 50 employees. I might be wrong, but that's what I saw. We have to put Inuit first in training so we can start building houses with the people that are going to live in them. I think one of the programs that was very successful in the past was the HAP program, where people build and they own their own homes. That's where we should be headed, where people start to own their own homes. I know the GN has a program where you can get, I think, $250,000 for a down payment. But in Iqaluit, the prices of houses have I mean, they're so high. A 3-bedroom can easily go to $900,000. And so the people that have high salaries are buying those. Maybe we should start looking at rent-to-own housing, and get the people who are already working, zero in on them with a program, give them options to get out of social housing and get into their own homes. I think that's what we need to do. But this group of people that are going to be elected tonight will have to talk about that, because housing crisis has been on the agenda for so many years, since '99, and it's causing a lot of mental stress amongst families. You would not see a 2-bedroom down south with 12 people living in it. The young people need their own space, and they can't. And no wonder we have so many suicides. There's a lot of stress put on families because of their shelter. It could be that. And one other thing is that when you're not working, you're practically not paying anything for the house you're living in. As soon as you start working, the rent goes so high and you have to pay for everything else and the groceries and stuff. So I think it's very challenging to get a job in some cases.
Jonas, I saw you nodding your head there. What are your thoughts?
Tamanna igduragin taktuarung memmat aksuaru narunangmat kana ak kautigigayang mga take ko igduragiyak joakut aurat tiluakko mata nunarid aurat tingang naksaugutik kubyasung naksauko gayak to nunaring mutate igluit sana yaw katang ningin amma iglok ta katang ningin man nakating ngayawar to nang iglureo katang mata akikin so makkay teman na gawa makkun ni piyaw katakpo taman na isimagayakari iglureo taman na akityaga kanak tugaro aura taw kanak jumilak lune nunaring munit tema isimagayaka taikwa manito kausagayang suriyuit mana akituruak tuaro rung mata igluit atok tuagay ikalung ni piluang waktome 2,000 3,000 nito ni akilaksuya katang mata takkitaman kinaw yakkubilya karuagutik akaktaw katang ming mata kinaw yakkubi ukaksi magaruak tutik ikayakun naktugut 900 mi akiliya kattago matuagubit angikun nakatangin mata taman na tekwar taw manasak kita wadliak kurik tuit manilikiwa kunne igluid akiksugay modular housing tekwa aksulikia ekayutaw ni suktut tema isimagayaka amma nutatakwa gawa maganyak tawot aksugo takang niaktut siwudlak pa jaw yakayakang niaktut taman na iglulakin priority giyawro ni tako ng ngarima o kausiyong matako ng ngarima nakawagak sa nasukto ni priority giyaw laglo ni piyakak tao na piyakak latak tao na suglo ni tema isimagayakari tako ilaking udlak pa makay o kaklunga tamatumunga tekwa gawa magilawak takbut kuyagayak ka aksuguraw ming mata tamatuminga igluragan ng mo sakitit tilaw mayot kuyaging mayak ka igluk sa takit takataraw mata
Dei mali adjilio resivo pivalia zole resivot o khati khalaw mimata nunavo miuni illulerin pidjutik illogo khawzi galer milavo uqsuqtu miu khano o khawsi chakhalaw mangata tamatchma michano
Te manengang naulala metillogo tamani takkitanang ngiyangani sunani tamani nunalin tako kumayakit asidjere katuyatuni
tamani nunalin ninanito na iglukik sa katamata taman iglutak pala ako na pata ikitupalo mata tako yumayak tanata ko yumayak ay pangataw
Nikita makoni website akit jupalong mata akit toriakattaming mata umerja kalragman. Tagatakot aksakota kuyak malika nirakta nerten. Matamane oksoptumi nirwalalang matamaligali ortisamik tamane takitan nungungani nirwalalang matela tekani maligali orpimi katimayi ulartunik. Kanuli teina nirwaqtauniartu kanuitimitako kumagayaqi.
Sakugumakataqaluartunga tamakkuninga taima inuit ikayuqtavaallaqullugi innaillu ammalu iglungi tamakkuat qiqiqattarnermut aukkaqtiqsimaqtualuaqattartillugi taima iglulerisi taqatsiaqqunnaugallua iglulerisi taima ikayuqtortaavtiarlutiglu hanalutiksailliorlutiglu ta'na hanangitsualuuleqattartun talvataamna iglulerisit ikayuqtaavtiaqqugalaapatka taapkuallu munarriin taapkua munarriunerartaqqunayanguan taima taapku ikayuqtortiaqqunnartugalu taima uqaqaluartillugi ilai uqaluutauqattangi'nami isuarrailinu taima naamulaqunnailipqalualuulerangami taima inuuhuileqattaqqun ilai qanuigiraungi ilutik ilai ikayuqtortaavtiaqaluartu ilai ikayuqtortaavtiaqattangi'mata inu ikayuqtutsaartiaqali Nunavut pisraamata tamakkuan nunaertauna huaqinnaqqoorninga taamna illuigiraqa uvanga uvlumimun ikpigiraqa uqauhirivaktaqaluaqatatpa taamna kanguhuutiginngitaqaluuni taamna inuqatimni ikayuumatutigatatpa akhiruutiga uqatsiangikkumatukisiaungtiangillarniavi imatatpa taamna akhiruutigimmariktaqa qaulimalauqulluulu
Khawsigaler milavo Selma Eccles kangirsinir me Selma tamanna uqausiri gattiguila illuleriner nunavummi tamanna atchuru taunginnaqasuartillugu galwa uqarunnaqi kikkunni uqaqatiqarsimaleqqi
Makkuktuni amihunik takuya juga ma uqalloqi kaqatiqarlungalu taakkualu makkuktoqutiqarlungattau nipiliortau huartaqqimangiittut kihiani unikkaartaqqimayut ilinniaqqimaneqqatsiameangulertuugaluit makkuktut grade 12 ungataanut ilinniareartaqqimayut university mut ugalunit college mut ilinnia tiaqqimayut yuumlutik amma pilereek kaqatsiaarlutik qutsiktunik pilereekkani pileriyut amihu nerartuuluagakka government kunni iqqanaayartuut ugvaluunniit Sakku Corporation kuralui ila qutsiktuni pilereanik nunalingni pitaqayukmat iqqanaayartuugaluit kihiani iglorduaqangittut taana ujjirihimalaarivaqa ila ujjirnartu makkuktut masters qartuluunniit bachelor of ila BA qarnerartauyut taakkua igloqangittut angayoqqaaminit iglordua iglumiutaqatiqartut taana kamanartoq grade 12 talauqimagapta qutsiktuuyartalauqimagmat qaangertauhimallaqiliqtugut ilinniarniumikkaani kihiani iglunik amigalluarnikumut angayoqqaaminut ilaminut taana tau ujjirnartu tamaani kivallermi makkuktut ilinniarealaurlutik angerraqumabluti angerralauqpaktut kihiani ilinniareartillugi nangmineq iglorduaqarluti atortuarluti pivakmata angerraraangata nunalingminnut angayoqqaaminut ugvaluuni ilaminut iglu qanginermut amihunuoreaqalerluti ihumaqqungillutik ilangit utikkanimeartartut qabluna nunanganut iglorduat amigaluarnikumut ugvaluunniit ilinniarealaurpata utaqqeqattaatsiamearnearlutik amma iglu kakangiluarluni taiman nei tuninga tana ajiunginninga ujjerivaga tamani kivallermi Teresa.
Taan teema ipigit siya mikavio Ivy League. Ukakun nakikano ito ni ipigo sumangapi tay kaninik wakbime.
Tana ujjernaw yakpo ajiungilunitaw ang namik nerwaga kamik pitakakmat hana anguteluk tamna maligaleok tiunermut uktoreoktok tamna aulaktak himayukivaliw iluani pularvi kunnut counselor kataw himabluni ungataktu kangwa ngunerayugapta rangers ni ilaw katak himayok nunalingan nilu pilaribakluni ikayon nulugu maakluni taw inaw hiving me tumiktaw angayok kakakluni tana akoro tigiyaw himayunik nunaliw iluani kawye himabok tana nerwaga kawyok ang naw maakluni adjiw ngiw yakpo ay bilingmut tana li Solomon Maliki tana naw yang mi utaw bluni maligalew teo katalaw taw tana ujjer naw yakto ukak taw gayong itunik taw niblek taw yaktak himagmat nunaling minik ikayok to himabluni taw hamlet kunu katimajiw himabluni niblelwa tunik kawying itabut kinilaw kalwag kabut taw titerak himayunik pitakalokip angat Facebook kulunit takwa pialayukut kawyahang nuluklugit kiheni tamang make to how man nalulaw ngituk na lautiku lauktu galuit to how manikut time tak tana taw ujjeriw yang nakpok ay biling miut kutsing nek kaumak lote unga hiktuk yung matakibalang may taan ko kauyi huang nakibutaw kina nerwak taw neak mangan. Puyan na may Teresa.
Ay nakumitaw Salma. Kausi galak milavo Eva Michael taan nakausi sakto na saktaw valyazo ne kausi masimalak ila takwa na lunay taw valyazo hutitumi Eva kanuilak ka.
Nakami Teresa. Tam nailan tayo kutit tumin naruak tao si mavimmi man Philip Kallok naruak sawyok man 13 naruak tao si Malone Stephen Takto huli yung gilawagalat man naruak tao si Mayun 9 nun kasi namin sumata suli naruak tao naruak niuji nasak taw wadlian nakajangin dana nirwa reaktor bimya taw si nasak taw lok tidlagan man si bukataktok Philip Kallok amalo Stephen Takto tungilagilo niyo. Thank you Teresa. Over in Kutiktok we have Philip Kallok currently leading at this moment at 13 votes with Stephen Takto at 9 votes, but still a lot of votes to be counted because that's only 1 out of 6 polls reporting so far. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Hawaz galak milavo taman na ikhanay sa chay inunno. Dayma oksok tumi taman na sumalo tigizawvo. Hawaz galavo.
Jay manekong nawlalang may matamani nungungin ni tamani takakayatin ni siunani ilisin yung nalingani asinti dakap tuya tunit okakon na kobe.
Kali mo kataktakan na nunalig ni Inuit nunani nunawo kali amik inunik pibalang nakta ko lati o kamakatakti liwid dahil ko kablo na alat kay kablo na makangitulo nunaling nunawom ilanot chike malak palak na kata ikpihiyap ko imo ira ko taklo nilo nunaling ni nunawo kalakapta kablo na anik anarakan na lakluta Inuit anarokhailaqtilluit.
Amalu tema tamani nunalin nikiggattortitaala megasi niruartau yumik teennale kanu pilirikkanerluni takugumagayaqqiu.
Pilirikkanerunnaq tia matatakkat niruartakkut uvuuttaaruneruartiulugut ikajortuigupta niruartartinnak illuiginarangillugu ikajortorlugu piguptigu taimanna aulatjaunnaq qajuaqattartakalli nunalliin.
Teima CBC ko uqaqatiqalaw mimmata niruaqtini taakkoa niruaqtaugasua ila niruaqtau gumaneq atuqtautillugu taanna makimajjutiit timmariutitaulau mimma uqausiusuni economy taakkoa qanu Inui ilautitaugia kannerunnaqqa Nunavummi makimajjutitchano sivunitchami ilichinnitusaqumavunga tamatchumaumitchano qanu gavamakko amisuqureartitchigunnaqqa inunni qanaisartini Nunavummi piluaqtumi qai taakkoa kiinausaliorniqsausuni qutchinniqsausuni qanaisaatchani qanu taakkoa gavamakko ikasuqunnaqqa inunni
ila qaujimalertuguugaluarli tukisisimavugut taana gavamauqqaujo taimangani gavamauqattaleqatta inuit amisiungittortuangurautu kataksimalaurtu inungni sanalertittinginnerpaangusimalaurto immatnaittuumingmat tamakkua nunaqaqqaartuviniungittuit angajoqqaangunermut iligaangaming Sorlo ilamining ilannaamining itertittiqattalingi kaluarmangaataa inuit kingulliutjausimalluting takvani Nunavu angerutingani uqarsimallattaaqaluarman inuit sivulliutjaujarialiin takvataanna Nunavu tungavikkut ayaurtorut tigiyariaqallattaartangaan taakkuninga gavamakkunning taakkoa inuit sivulliutjaujariaqarmata ilinniarnikkut ilinniartitaurutik ayungittuarungmata inuit imanna ilinniarsimangikkaluarami sikituumi igupteriluni uterterunnarmau ilinniarorsimangikkaluaruni haandaming igupteriluni utertittiyunnarma inu sugami inuit piyaungiluartuarungmangaataale tatamioqqaqattaleqatta uwani piluartumi iqalungni inungnuttigumiartauruortu sanabbi tamaani inungnuttigumiartaugunnirtun imma alianangittorjuangullertorle inuit sivulliutjausimangiluarnialunginning taanna kangaarnammarilaurtu gavamauqqaujorulung sangiiluartoquluuqquulaurami taakko inuit kingulluutisimalaummatju ila taimanna uqarunnartunga tusaqattartakkanilu taanna gavamageqqaujavut sangiittorjuangulaurtu immaqa iliqassutuinnalaurtu pigiareetsa qallunaanu saalaulualilaurtugun immaqa naamagiyaujaangimmiyunga taatsimanga kisiani uqarunnartunga Nunavuortaarsimangitto isumataunersaulerto Nunavuortaarsimayumit takvani Nunavu iluani
Elisabeth
ila khalunat kiulangayungatekwa tusaqullugittau immini. I'm going to use myself as an example when it comes to Inuit employment. We talk a lot about education, but very little bit about training. I'm mature enough now that I'm not shy. I'm not a high school graduate, but somebody in the government saw potential in me and gave me an opportunity, and look what I've done with it. And there's not enough of that. I know 2 governments ago, we did a lot of direct hire of Inuit that were casual for so long. That was not acceptable. So these are the kind of things that should be done to, you know, it was about Inuit, but far too often now you also hear about racism. No, I remind them like, no, Nunavut was created. Look, NWT supported this division because majority of the population of Nunavut is Inuit and still continues to be. So we need to, it's not about racism. And I've always said, if you have a job in the government, you're always going to be employed because they've never employed 100% of their positions. There's enough employment for everyone, but my goodness, give us the opportunity.
Do you want to say?
Taman aksawang ng katang man temen nengin na yung nakok nilo gawa makot nutango na to teko asijilaungin ng mene madigani teko pilagaying idlo ADM Deputy Minister idlo asijilaungin ng tamatuminga ikanayak titinang me inung ni siwuliw titi yagayakang ng mene aktik silaungin ng mene madigang ni ayun nang nakok tu kisiani manito kausriya nga suriyok teko NTI kod aksaro takakan na realit inuit nagwaktaw kan nakatakulugit ikanayak samon pinasok tidlugit tabo na surityak to gawa makot ang iwarong mata akswaro anging mata anetay lirikot umayong nakikot ijilirikot kisutuen na aviktok si mga matagawa magkunni ang iluang ni kumot marigami atok ko kunni mata piyon naktatuwa mini pekko katarong mata uwi miniglun ni ay pang miniglun ni kisuming ni atuen na yun ni piyon nakto ni pekatang mata nunarili mikiyokuloy tamakko ikarong miutitut ang itiging man kanayak sa gararu garuang mata uban ni ikarong ni ang iyokuro katalitabban ni ikarong ni nunarite ko like Greasefield miut ubro well cove miut mikiturong mata kasin nang mata di kanayak bikset taman na akigyarik narunang itong
Elisape ukakatar ma pisarir siningin navi hano high school education takwa lo ekana isar binli suklo kava makunilo ni paipa khareali imeto khare imeto me pisarir simagiali tamanna asijira khakhamanitok
asijira khalatarato sorlo kernatuino nanganingato iglorjo atunga viksangani mani sanatatiga yakpa engineering tammakattalektuin tawakko anu nangita ajiging maguman na kwaktakto tamadjatay ko isumutagayaw kattaktui tammaktikon we need more mentorship. We need to get Inuit the jobs. This new government that's going to get in there better take this seriously because we're 80%. This is our land claim. The government owes us jobs. But I think another thing that needs to happen is that if you want to be in a senior position in the government, you better learn Inuktitut because Inuktitut is our language, or you shouldn't be in that job.
Mamia namani nukhareakhtarta takisoahulano palliamma taakwa matumaliqtui ilunnati niqwaqbit tema Eva Michael, the first polls closed 3 hours ago, and so far only 5 polling stations are reporting votes across the territory. There are no polls reporting in any of the Iqaluit constituencies. Takwa Iqalum niniqwaq bit suli nasaqtaw simaningi nalunaiqtaw valliangitut. Takwa Nunavut niqwaq tuliqizikko khaqitaw sanga nuqqakitattuggooq unnuq tanna khawsisaqtaw zo. The Elections Nunavut website has been crashing tonight, and we are monitoring it. Elections Nunavut tells us this hour that the votes are being verified and will be posted shortly. Takwago Nunavut miniqwaqtu liqizikko uqaqtuina sanginnaqtu galwa takwa niqwaqtaw valliazuni takutchauti tawlangaliqsutilo maannaqulu nakormingila takutchauchau tikitillu tatautukkachi utiqilangavogo. Unnukut tungasugitchi Nunavut Niruaktulirinirmo 2025 me Teresa Chiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Chiachuk. Ullume Nunavumio Niruaktu Kaumata. Kinakko sivulirtigisaune mangata nalunay langazui ammalo sunait bimariuti mangata at chorok naktuidlo kamagisaw valyagun naklute. Kikko langava initaktut tabani 22 ichivautani maligalyok bimme. Today, Nunavut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities. And who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaktui illukit chanermo.
Kikikhattarnermo aukkartekhimartualu khattarti luitaima iglulirisitaqatsiaqqunnaugalua.
Pirasa khattaktui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtulerineq isumalunnartumiittillugo. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruakatchait tusakpalliasattinni niruaktausunni nalunaiqsihattalangazuko ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumalu tigisaukasuttut uqausiqiniartavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangasavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavut across the territory.
Daututusi Nunavut Niruaktulirinirme. This is Nunavut Votes.
Daututusi Nunavut Niruaktulirinirluta 2025 me tungasugitchi. You're watching Nunavut Votes 2025. The polls are now closed across the territory, but results are slowly rolling in. Only 5 polls are reporting, and the Elections Nunavut website is experiencing technical difficulties with frequent crashes. Takwa Nunavut miniruaktul risiko hakitausanga nukkakita maggok. Hausi saktavu galawak tema Nunavut miniruaktul risiko hakto tabbani ikakkami takwa niruaktau vallia zona saktau ningi. Elections Nunavut tells us this hour that the votes are being verified and will be posted shortly. Eva Michael nasaktaw valya zuni hausi sakma hausi galer milavo tusagat chakma te kanga amittorme Eva.
Nakamay Teresa, te melaw hausi amittorme niwartausi maviujumi manakut Abraham Kamanik sudisivukataktok. Tungiligilunio Rina Ikitok, Abraham Kamanik, 121 Niruaktausimayamana Rina Ikitok, 16 Niruaktausimaluni, 55 Nepal Howley Amalo, 48 Roger Baudry. Over in the Amitok constituency, right now, Abraham Kamanik is in the lead with 121 votes. Rina Ikitok at 60 votes. Paul Howley with 55 votes. And Roger Baudry with 48 votes. So Abraham Kamanik is still in the lead with 2 polls reporting out of 4. Back to you, Teresa.
Nakokmi Eva. Tema tamanna uqausiqiratartattinni takwa makimadjutitchai inunno ilagaarsi kannerumakutsi atuinnautiartusi joanasi eqqanaisano inunno ilisapi
la oqaunartungai ayung ittugaruanikko inungning makitittivaaleriaksa piyunnauteqarmatataakko agavamakku Ilinneaanuk toqutuvullu amissuaruuqattalersutin. Ajungittuutiaruin. Ajungittiartuugaluan inuin eqqanaayaaqarnersauleq tigasuarlunittu inugeaqaaluunersaugatta asittinnin. Tamakkunenga taakkua gavamauniartun pilerigiaqallattaarniartun qaannoqua inuin eqqanaayaaksanin tigorsartigunnarpitigu. Taakkua issumatau ilaqaujimanginnama issumatau you take senior staff. I'm not sure if they're Inuit. Maybe they're not. I don't have the stats here. But there's a real problem in this last government that Inuit hire was the lowest since we started Nunavut. That's an embarrassment. This government that's going to get in will have to seriously look at that and make sure Inuit get hired and trained. I think I'm just suspecting that the senior staff have too much control in the last government, and I don't think they are Inuit. I think a lot of them just came up for a short time and became deputy ministers. Maybe they were hired down there, from down there or something, but they don't know the communities. Inuit need jobs. That's your priority as a senior staff in the government, and you better get those training modules. You better get your strategies going and try to hire Inuit. What's wrong with Inuit? I'm not sure. You know, I'm really quite upset about that when I know this last government did not have enough Inuit hire, and it's because the senior staff have taken control of this government. If I was the premier, I would just say, we need a change. And whoever becomes a premier will have to say, we need a change. We need Inuit to be hired and trained. That's our land claims agreement, Inuit first hire.
Throughout the campaign, CBC has been speaking with candidates all over Nunavut. Here's what was on the mind of candidate Craig Simailaq.
Tamna kamanitu pilatana uyarang nati pilagayut 2028 ngulak paluwa 2030 ngulak paluwa ukwa palak na kalangat gold ko tawani nagwakan ni kayang nakpata tema chuminga pangnay kamatya ko yunayak ilugpunga tako uyarang naktit government ni amalok walak ni katidchikati pangnay kamatya ko bluwit pilok tumik nunagiyak put imakput na kayutipullo amalo inuitak pani pilakay hokti menerayo cha koblugit koy humalong na kalagaya komat pangnay kamatya kayang inakpata amalo pingayuat aksoti hang unayak para kamanit tamay inutko having mipitakan nagwakalwa kapta 2018 ngutilu tamani tok Martha Telo Center ukwalok si mangmat ukwikan na yung nakamangok tamano tamay pitang niluwak sa ano ako tinilok ayak para government yakput malu inuit katitchakati kabalak inuit katitchakati amalo nanawat tungawikut ikayok ti julayang in mangata tapos yung mamikano plagay luta amalo government kakot amalu hoyang natin daging niko ego tamalukta tamachima mikano ino takawibigta ka naktulay ngin mga apta kamanit kami pilaka niligwa kayak para
Dan kaso city lavo hausi regatartavo kanai sa chai makimadjuti chai lo de tema nunavomme namminir sunir moangi roti atiliok tawla urma Gavomauniakto aula chigunnalangazo nunamitu ni pivalliati chinermi nunavomme tamannalo alakkailangazo nutani pivichani atchornartunillo Let's continue our conversation about jobs and the economy. This election follows the historic signing of Nunavut's devolution agreement. The next government will have authority over resource development in the territory, and that brings new opportunities and challenges. Joanna si bigarlunga kailin hano tamanna samagivyo. Tapko usakan yarbi taimit tugalay michano.
Ilangin maanili mittimataring miullu tamakkuaqujuit uyaqanniarbing meqaniksartuit baaffanlaakkunni taikkua ikayuutim yummarialuummata ilangagut qauyimayunga taikkua ilangimakkuktuit skidoortaarpalerlutiglu amma aqutiuyunnarsillutik angnauguluat taikkua ikayuutertuaqqууmmingmata uyaqanniarbiit ilin aaqqittiarsimajoqartallugu iqqanaayaaksanik taaqumayuit ilinniartitauqqaaqquuqartarmata kisutuinnani piyauluunginnermini tamanna aaqqittiarsimatillugu akaujoq kisiani gavamagiyavu taikkua maannauniartorlu akseruuteqqariaqarniartuit inuin eqqanaayartutaujariaqarninganni maligariyaungmat angirutausimangmat maniittu oqausereqqaujanga article 23 ngungmat gavamakkunnillu tungavikkunnillu atiliortaunikuungmat angeqatigiitlutik suri maanna atungimmat teematu maanna gavamakiñaartavut tamatuminga akseruuteqarniarivut
Elisapi tamannaqanu kamakisaukiaqartuqiviunu namiingaartuni taakkua pivallia niusut
ilaannikku isimagiyauvayummiyunga ajauttungi iatsama tamatsuminga oqaqattaqsimagama matasuungumatattau taikkua atuqsugu eppiarjummi qangatayukku minutaami sanariaqalorsimajuya qangatayunga nanisiliusanianus nanijaungaannangan kisuni qimainniqqan iqqanayaaminiappi ingalwa matumma suvale maanna qauyimajugu kiinau jaalui tikippattuitamaunga uvagu land claims organizations QIA kun atuqlugu uvanga maani tamaangawama namungaqattaqan kiinau jaalui tunijauvattui bat ippiniangittugu illuliriyagu isumavatsuqtui kisuqulu jaalunu attortaulualiqatta makkuttuvuatsuqtillugi makkuaqaaluulengata kiinau jagasaalui tikippatui tamaunga suvan angirtui attuillaqilangalitainnaqaan tai mai sumajunga khuvianaqtu ammatui palliamma kiinau asaalui alakkalaami kisiani attuillaqilalitainnaqaan apitsuuteqataana
manittoq
I think there's some concern with the environmentalists that the mines are interrupting the caribou trails and the animals in our territory. That's another concern because we have such a clean environment. We have to make sure the mines are clean. And I've seen very good mines in Alberta that are very clean. I was disappointed with Mary River Mine where all the animals became pink around that area, and pink foxes and pink land and everything, and it was just a matter of putting cover on the trucks. But on a positive side, the communities that don't have jobs are getting jobs into those mines, and the training programs to get them into higher positions is unbelievable. They have done a very good job. When they hire somebody, it could be a dishwasher, and they have a program where they, in the end, becomes a driver for a big truck. So there's some positives with that. But in terms of royalties, we, the beneficiaries, would like a share of that and put money in our pockets. And, you know, I don't know how much money is millions going into our land claims organizations. I'm not sure because nobody ever talks about that. And I think we should have a share of those royalties. But the devolution file was a long time being working on. And it was good to see it signed. I don't know if it was in principle, but it gave us more responsibilities, right? So we're talking about a government, and we're talking about the land claims organization who is getting a lot of royalties for land lease and stuff. And we're starting to wonder, where's all that money going when we're lacking housing? Why don't we start building housing with all that royalties? Why don't, you know, I think we're all asking, we have the land claims organizations, they are rich from what we're hearing, but we never see that. We're not seeing anybody explaining how much money they're getting. But why don't they chip in and start building homes or trailer parks or some affordable homes for the beneficiaries? I think we're waiting for that we would like to have a part in that, not only for, you know, the royalties being used for sewing programs and hunting programs and stuff like that. But we need, the beneficiaries would like to take some chunk of that into our pockets. I certainly would like that.
Eva, tu sagat chakag mahausi galer milavo. Eva, ginauva.
Nako Teresa, tahima nalonere simayu Nunavut nerwartolere kut. Uhasemala tipinga sut newa reert be watuit atangirtugit nasartausemalерtimaana mutakittugu nerwartaulune sevullerpaango yu Brian Kunu taawani tununnerme 194 no nerwartausemaluni saalatsartuq Tungilagiluni Verna Strickland 109 note Nirwaktauluni David Hamanit 78 note Nirwaktausimayok. Over in Tununik Constituency, we've heard from Elections Nunavut. It says 3 out of 3 polls have been reported so far, and Brian Kunu has won the Tununik constituency with 194 votes, and Verna Strickland at 109 votes, and David Kamanik at 78 votes. Back to you, Teresa.
Nakok mi Eva, ilichinito sa kumavunga, kano'y pigifisyo taman na. Do you want to see?
Dan Brian Makukto, atatanga gilak si mayong ilinyak wing maakunak juara kanayarok si mayong takiyualik skumi tawani pekok sang migama tan na Brian nukapiyang urok si mang kisiyani man nakawin mayakari umayok niyak tiyok nang mudlagan ng paks kunuluk ya ikanayakat tarok to tako tema ilak ko sa kakto Ajilio kutia karu lunilu. Takwa kisiani miti mataring meon. Asiani piyu mayuksang ming mata takwa asijin nagarang mata. Jo inurak si madlune. Karen ngurak si madlune. Asijak tako yukatang mata. Tasi mga kaya ukto umarang mayuit. Tema isimagayaga. Makuk kami apekutik sa kaong niakto. Gawa makunni. Kau yamayaga. Ilinyak si Maya kang naming man. Upigi baka.
Elisapie, I understand that you're keeping a close eye on women tonight. What are your thoughts?
Actually, just because I don't know Brian Kunu, I know David Kamanik was in the government I was in. So I saw him progress from being very sweaty, like pouring, and being calm and being able to, he grew. And Verna, having listened to her earlier today and the way she was speaking, I thought, well, maybe even though she's female, I'm not going to assume she's going to get in. So I honestly thought it was going to be David for those reasons, because I don't know Brian well enough. Yeah.
Manito.
I only know Verna because I've seen her in Rankin. I suppose the community wanted somebody who lived in their community, but Verna is a very energetic young lady, and very outspoken. And maybe she didn't have enough time to campaign, but maybe that, Brian might be the right person for that community, and they have spoken for Brian. And I wish him all the luck, even though I don't know him very well.
Nakupmingasi. Tema CBC good tako kakati balik mata nirwa gatchau ratak tuni nirwa gatchau lau tuni tabani nirwa nau dilogo tema kakati gizau lau ma Johnny Mike panirtomi tagaw hausi chari lau tangi.
Tamanna inuit ilakosingalo Pilariangu naktukawi mayunga. Tana inuit ukawisinga ilikosinga ilinyani ko naktunilo ammalu sila tago. Tamakua maligatalo tikisiani ulaktuit. Tamakua pijutigilugit. Ullume kanui tolu ya aula laktut aula walaungitut. Ilangit arlaungitut. Ime tulanga ullume inusitunni. Maligam sangiyumit inu ilakosingano ukawisinganullo tabani sakattu kaya haluttu kanuk tuktawlawlo ni inunno kanuk umagayakannagun ng mga ubalune kanuk atuktawlikannagun ng mga tamakkununga ilakosita ukawsita misyano ngayuno ilinyawitaka kaya haluttu naunang ito inupitut Amaluino ilakosina ngani kamayumi pitakakpalaya halagalto takwali ukasallutu uivillo kalluna yaktullo nunavilo ane kaimegirngata tanna inu ilakosinga ukawsingalo pingattiutigia halatto laisa kallunita ilakko takwa laisa hatamata ilakko pijunnaumi taimatli takunnako mallugo ammalutainna truth and reconciliation Tamashiminga umatitiguman simammat niliutaw kan nakatakuna aktakali akutisatyawa matainna tamakkununga maligalong ni misano takwa tabba ibigiyum naktuya aktabut nalunay takakka.
Johnny Mike tana nirwa gatchau zo parnirto minister si mazo adjiging ito tino avatilinirmo inulirizikkonno angekahangin tema 2013-17 muno maligali oktula oktugalo akisiani sala uzo Margaret Nakasomo de kane takwa hausirira tangi hanoi sa magivisio pilo akto mikai tamanna ohausi vo inutito hausirira magutao Johnny
Johnny tana ayung ituarok daw upinakane marigali aktiw si mangman amma minister si madluni pangnakto tena inuwi akadlak yung man piyumayang idlo amiso katang ming mata kisiyani simudlak pa katang mata ikarurikin ng mo taman na kawi matyang magu Johnny Tekwaro asingit nagwagaksaw katigayangin ayung ituin na uruwagad lutik latan na kasi kakpigito ako nangin na kumana kisiyani ayungin niya nga kawya mayaga kisiyani ta minister tidlo umayuragan ng tuktugasyung na taman na nukkangatikain na raw si mangmago taan na ikping nakataktuk sa mamana mo tikit ko kisiyani NWMB kunnillu umayuragayak juak kunnillu gawamak kunnillu taan na piyakaya tuyo kurok si mangman isimari riugutigina sukluniu taanna ikayuqtaaguruarluni gavamakkut ikayuqatigikkaneriaqaqqoommata inuullutik isimaksarsiu qattatiarlutik maanna tuktugasigunnarsiyugu tamaani la maannaulertoqli tamanna nunavuoqtaarutik isimayavut ikayuuteqarmat angunasigunnarnittinni taanna asijjitjaaqqoongimma ikpigiyaorluarlunilu suri naasautiiteekangat tikingimmata oqaqqannerunnaluangittunga.
Elisapi says in here that Johnny Mike is also an advocate for a new airport in Badniktuk. This speaks to infrastructure in Nunavut. What are your thoughts?
I think that's that's our way of transportation. It's critical, essential service. I was a little bit disappointed, however, I didn't hear much about, because he was Minister of Family Services. And we've been talking a lot about the challenges of our people, mental health, lack of housing. And you hear a lot of challenges when you're with family services. So I was a little bit disappointed because we're talking about challenges here, about impacts of life. So I was hoping to hear a little bit more on that.
Eva Michael, how is the Gaelic Milavo? Let's check back in with our results desk. Eva Michael is tracking the latest as the results roll in. Eva, we've got some new numbers in Ivilik. Hanuiling alika.
Nakomitrisa, Tana Hana Angutialok, Tana Sivukataktamana, Ivan me, Tan Kwas Nasakto learning in Niruakto, Niruagiak Bill, Vataningilata, Nataya, Yotovan. Nalonertauluni sallerming suliamisumata naasartau yarialit tisamaulut niruariartor beetawani aivalimmi taana tungiligilluni amaanna Salaman Maliki 40 niruartausimu Johanna angutialuk 203 niruartausimalluni. Thank you, Teresa. Over in Ivilik, as you mentioned, Hannah Angutialuk is currently in the lead with 203 votes, and Salaman Maliki, incumbent MLA, at 40 votes. That's 1 out of 4 polls reporting at this time, and the poll that's in is from Coral Harbor, and lots more votes to come in. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. And we have winner Brian Kunu on the line. Nakogmig, ilaugun naksikavi Brian, hovea suhatigivagi. Hano, atulauk tay, hano, ilamamiana. Nirwak tau nirizay hano, ukausihak hatakwa, nirwak tiu lauk tuno.
Kaya namin, Teresa, kawais takpunga mitmatring mo na waktin nun namata. Wano, ato takatjaktok taman siwul tapagad siguro taman ni tawsunga. Ay niloktok takwa tekwa na waktaw na so katigiloktik ka deva. Kaman ko very restricted ko kuyagit tapaka. Pinasuk katigilawake. Tapunga na waktaw siya manin piyon na nini ikayoktuin na rasong napang mitmatring mo no. Tamakwaro isimaru tigiyo ikamagitaw sa nakluwi.
Hano itu lang avata ko sivul liuji lang azati malikaliok bemme.
Taman na isumagaya ka mitmatring ang idliwad lang ma pero padalun may vingaro nunarig ni doakson taman na may vikta kang sivul lakpod tigiyo maya pang nagtaw siya man ikugara ayaw tukan na kasi umaldo. Nunarig ni doakon nalun buyurig modlo kangat sokto yung naksidun atoti yung nakayama nakaido akitura akikikliya palda ko nalutik taman na siwudlo kao marigalto.
Te ma michi matalimi pinirlo golo salaw mataman na golo laokto taman na hano kamagigaswa lang avyo isumalikinek isumagilogo Mr. Kunu.
tamakwa tango taman na pinarlukat raw mata ayaw nakatang siwunik nakpang tikwa katango tigiyo nagligawak ka taman na kanok to tigiyo na sunang may ikaw makuno taman na isumaragan ng mo kanok ikayok to kanakon ng mga Nunavut mame temet mitamating mo ito temet tan mental health isumaragan ng mo ikayok to takakan nilaglo ni amar tamakwa mamisang ni addictions mo ayuri desiman ng mo kanok ikayok tuktokan na ng mga pangagutigin na sunaklo.
Nakorme ngay Brian at winaw katakafe.
Okay, kaya na mitaw. Mitimating mo kaya na mitaw pagkanawa ko
taman na ukaw sirilir milavo ilinyak to rekinak. Takwa amisuhat takto ilinyak binni ilisayzi katsyang ilisayzi kitchak tut malotako illok joat pituha rokpalyangin naktilogilo ilinyak bit. Hanutako agavamakko kamagiakak to revisio is ilinyak to lekinak pitjutikillogo ilisape.
Tana humikwa tau hatta simalatu hang ano ilinyak to lekinak tau. Panna kay kalawakata ilanik ko gawama sa diray mata asidi famay mata panna tau si majuminin ilanik ko sangu kalaso ng mata tan ilanik ko tulak tataw ko sukir meja ako niyo si hatak to asidi kay mata gawamain hanuk to take ko pannak tamini kayo siya titaw siya hatalawin ubanga imini awlangin nama takuli ni waktu ko masih jika suasi takaka ami sunang ting ni waktu ko simano yun maaje katigir simadwi pula kasungum matapan nagaswakti lugit makwa asid ditaw hatangata pula kakan tuminiutin nagin tana kawi simalang mejaga isimangyali
manito takwa kinaw say atok daw gya kanyaakak to kivigi taman na pitjutigillogo naukulo tura ngagyakaka.
Gavamakko kinaw yangi. Ila takwa katimagyakang na matasuna sivudliut yaw niyang hili. Ilinya betay ko nirukik sa roarak tuksaw ilangin narunakto yaw nasune. Kisian ilinya biom iluani pilreango yun isimalago takakataktunga ima takwa ka ilinya titiyo gama nunaring mo raw simagama agani ilinya bing mo pilreango ikalwarsugo itir simaraw simagama takwa grade 5 grade 6 titiraktuin kalunatitun takwa titiraktangi grade 3 mi lautui. Kaluna no ni grade 3 mi tuin nakayap to grade 5 na sugiyabon. Grade 12 na sugiyabon grade 10 mi tuin nakto nunalin ni mikinaksani. Taman na kamagayaw yagaya kalata ko toktaw. Inutitungin na ko yiyugun, inutitulo kaluna titulo o kalagon nakto ni piyo mayugugalwak. Kisian itu sakatang ni kurak tugun grade 12 melin yaganik tugaran tatatirian ing nirlun ni ayok tuin. Kanong ikoilin yaganik titaw katarang mga taan narunak simmakito. Sangilo ak tukuro ilinyang Nunavut iluani. Ila kimikuyaw yagakang natok tana kinaw yaktana kilokitang niyo yangman. Tainero jani maik o kakawluni inuktitu ilinyawi latani pitakaka sugibluniyo. Surlay ko tako Nunavut tunga wikko taimay tuning sanalingilan inui lukatu jakatigingin tamakko taimay tuning inung nutuwangon latak tuning sanalingilan sugami kinaw yakang matali. Tanaw kausarigo matuin na atatawa ilinyang no Nunavut mik sangi loato.
Nakokmik mamiana Joanna Siu halo mito harma. We have now Iqaluit Niaqungu candidate Lucy Idlaut. Lucy, what made you decide to run for office?
Koyanemi for the question, Teresa. I decided to run because I believe I feel probably very similar to the same way a lot of Nunavut feel, and that is that there's a need for change. I really wanted to be a part of that change that instills confidence in the people that they have a government that's working for them. We have so many difficult issues that need to be addressed. We talk about food insecurity and a housing crisis. We can't refer to these issues as crises while we sit by idly watching people's well-being continue to move in decline. So that was a really big part of my motivation, Teresa.
What have you been hearing from voters when you were campaigning?
I think I was probably hearing many of the same issues that many of the other candidates were hearing. People are greatly concerned with the loss of the Inuit Child First initiative. People's families are struggling. People are having a lot of difficulty with ensuring that their children are fed. We need to have a breakfast program in our schools that doesn't have to be applied to. It should be universal in all of our schools, and a lot of people asked for that. A lot of people are concerned with our housing crisis. We know that houses are going to be built, houses have been built and will continue to be built, but it's not happening at the rate that it needs to be. We are far from filling our housing gap. People are worried about that. We're thankful that we have these transitional homes that people can resort to when they have nowhere else to go. But there's an 18-month limit on how long people are able to stay within these homes. We can't fill a housing gap within 18 months, and so that needs to be removed to give people the security of knowing that at the end of their time from a transitional home, they're transitioning into something else. The other issue that was really loud and clear is safety in the community. People don't feel safe in the evening. People don't feel safe walking on their own. We have to address that in a significant way because our communities are family spaces. We have children, we have youth, and we have women who all need to feel safe, and that has to be a priority.
As you watch the results slowly trickle in, what are your thoughts this evening?
Well, I referred to change earlier, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing some change, which is exciting. I'm anxiously sitting by waiting to hear the results for Iqaluit Niaqungu. It's a pretty exciting time.
Thank you so much for your time, Lucy. Hingilak, Dema Lucy Idlaut is one voice looking for change. Some have begun wondering if our consensus government system is working for us. Tamanna ang ihatigin ni ko gavamavo atu tikaka uvatino ilichinito sa kumavunga manitok.
I think we have outgrown consensus style of government. And I really feel that we need to change the governance style in Nunavut, because this consensus style of government was created maybe with the NWT, right? With the mindset that Inuit work in harmony, that they love each other and they hug each other all the time. I suppose that's why they said consensus style of government. But we're just so sick of it. it's not getting us anywhere. There's no real debates. And to hear the minister say, thank you for your question, and then a person doesn't even get an answer and says, thank you for your answer. And then the next thing you know, they're making statements about happy birthday to their kids and happy anniversary to their wives and stuff like that. We need to change the governance style of Nunavut government. We have outgrown it. It's not getting us anywhere. There's no real debates. I've even thought about that NTI should be opposition and the public government can be the government, or if we get into a party system, that the two bodies become two different parties. We're bigger than Yukon. Surely we can have a party system where one group is the SEALs and one group is the Warriors and one group is a polar bear or something. I don't know, but we're just sick and tired of this nonsense of consensus style of government. It's not getting us anywhere at all.
Joanna, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Taman na suriyo ila ukpegayagata asidjaya kakkolong man government auran na gayanga. Tamakko manito kaus gayangin apekso kattagaro apegigaro anga tamarigariakti nagwaktau simabigi yanga tamiksanon kiuyayun nakatangin mata. Tema kauyamakko ako kituni ataw siarang nagwakbe kasungung mata. Piugi yaming tema abiktok simayuni katimayiw bekaktuit gawamangok titaw luting. Taman na asidjira ka gasuging mayaka ang katigingin na yaruang mata aperiyaw yudlu garwa ministu yud kiyun nakatakating suyong na marigariok tuidulun ni anituin na rak simang mayu kiyaw yun nangin nami innaw luni usiyaw maridu innang ni tusama kigiyakaktuhun tamakwa taan naila consensus government kadlunatitut auran ninga asidjira kakasugi lagmayaka tam inginaw jangin mayu kisiyani inuit kisiyani tamanang mayon isimaksaksiyo ko tigilaw ni jung na referendum karaw tiglo ni ima takwa amma kanong federal government kunno aktuwa na kakayang mga tamakwa aktiksok tao yaktug sa aming mata. Itaan na isimagakatak si mayaka man na katangong ito kasi yan imakadlak yun like kau yakatakatigod ligaw magkunit yun aduwami NDP ko conservative ko liberal ko iman na abiktok si makatang mata tayo ko anong nakpanin niya waktaw yun gawa mangakluting teman na palo akik si mayumek na magayatin ni ukioktak tumot sakit to kaya kakulak to isimaksaksiyo ko tao ya kaya kalak to.
Elizabeth.
I think there needs to be a whole reform on elections. We heard someone call in about electing our own premier. And there's also ITK, the national organization that represents Inuit in Canada, is voted by 6 people. That represents how many of us across our country? And just recently they're disappointed that he's serving a 3rd term, and they're like, we thought there would be a change with someone that we can have a conversation in our language. But because 6 people vote, he's doing a 3rd term. So I think with these high level, we need to have a reform.
Manito ka pere gumavageta ko hachiu ningi Nunavut me mikiloa ka ila mikiloa ka sa ka party ila party system roktanekpa.
Mikiloa suingi tarai ko Yukon me mikinna sarong mata watinning tema Victor Simaloti party kaumata. Uminga tan na gava magayabon aivat teidi jorujaasuti itagusuuti jorujaasuti aivat lattaartuni manna piumallattaartuni pitaqangimman pinguartorujaatuin naqattarmata ilaannikkun tei meiga sungittuugaro narunangitto kisiani taatsuma gavamau iliqquseringmago gavamau iliqqusirua taanna consensus me atiqarto peqannariinnermut tuqaanga jorujaartuni Inui loqauyima yatoqanginning atornerarsuting inui qauyima yatoqanginne atullattaaruting kinguartoqaqattaqayangittu ukwa inuin sivulealuffun kinguartiungittualulortun ullaaqaalukku tupasuungulortuin pileriaqariaruting pianikseqattalortuin upinnartualulortuin ukwa gavamavon inui qauyima yatoqanginne atorneraraluarsuting haaddaaktutuinnartuin taakkua gavamavon asideriaqalertuugaluan aivallattaartuning imannaangi qatigiingillattaartuning tusaaqattarniaqatta una inuin ileqqusegulunga ammatamakkua inui taqqaaniittun ningaamajualunili tautugumanngittungaaqasuartuin Teikoisimagiyaungilluting imanna aivallattaartuning aaqqik tauyullattaaning katimallattaartuarungning tautugumalertugun takvunga tikittuguugaluarli ila oqallabigisuukka tamakkua takvunga tikisimalertugun taanna nuttaqarsiutiuluarman gavamanguarulu
Nakopmik. Hausigaler milavo Eva Michael. Eva sagat chakharavita kwana sartauningin niyo kummiut hanuilingalekka.
Nakomitrisa taimala taakot saqqipalleajuit uqummiut Gordon kaut tukkin manna kauttunginat sivukkatartus maannamuttikittugu taan amissuunersanavniruartaasimuju 394 numaannattikittugu 125 ngullutinniruarsimajuit Mary Khilirtimmi taakuniruariartorbiimaqquun uqauseqartutik tisamaallutinniruariartorbiuqattaloortut over in Uqummiut, thank you Teresa, we have Gordon Kautuk in the lead with 394 votes, and Mary Khilirti, the incumbent MLA, has 125 votes. But still, Gordon Kautuk is in the lead, as his lead has shrunk a little bit with 2 out of 4 polls reporting at this time. Back to you, Teresa.
Eva. Let's hear again from some Nunavut.
For the next elected person in regards to youth, I feel that we should create space for youth, more opportunity for them to voice, because as a youth, they don't really understand how government works and how their voice and their ideas, their opinions, their thoughts, their experiences affect us as a society. So youth don't really understand or have opportunity. So I think the next elected official, if they could create more opportunities for youth to sit down face to face and say, hey, this is, informal sessions with youth, and not just hear their concerns, but help them be active in addressing the concerns. So if, for example, if a youth said that they want more sports activities, then the candidate could create programs or say, this is how we can go about helping your sporting event or funding or plan. And then that youth can be the leader.
Taimnenewaqtauniartu igluksaqarnerpaalliksamut aksuorniartaqqus tamakkunungan pivutlianermut ilaak pillerniummaksaanut makkuat kiumaaqsaqqut ammaluinngutaqqut pianik palliamat ilinyaaqutinik tamakkuat inuilsquita inuunahiorningannut qaudumaniangimmata qaudamagalorli ilangi tamarmiuniangimmata tamakkunungat kiinaaraliortiksannut namituinna uyaqqanulluunni humituinnaq tamakku kiinaarortaksaa paallakpata imana miqsorniinnarmunngitsioq aannawaaliоq niinnarmunngitsioq tamakkuattaasingi makitpallialu taagunaamata pinnerpallialugit tamakkuat tannaittunut hivungupalliaqu niartaqqat uvanga tamakkuaneruarnauniartan neruar kivgartulisaptiinnik piiminartumik inuoqatikkiorsortuumiоqatikkat neruarnarrikpat neruariartoqugaluarpakkat.
We'd like to hear some final thoughts from our panelists. Few numbers coming in from elections, Nunavut and the election broadly. Elisapi?
It's really disappointing because I think so many of us have been pushing, saying, come out to vote. It's disheartening, actually. It really is. I think there's apathy, really, going on. And what do we do? I think it's going to be a real challenge with this government, how to bring our spirits back, give hope. I think that's a big part of, I think when you're elected, you have to give hope to the people. And that's not happening right now. So that's going to be, I think, one of the big things that's going to be part of the discussion.
Manito kayo sumagisati?
Out of the candidates, there's 8 children of the politicians that are running. So it proves that the families talk politics and got those people, the children interested to get into politics. I think we need NS programs, Nunavut Sivuniksavut program in the communities where they talk about political issues and also study the land claims. And maybe we will get young people who have a fire and a passion to help Inuit. We need to start with the youth, get them interested in politics. I know I've said that, people that have been on the waiting list for years have lost hope. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're not going out to vote anymore. But I think we need to fire up our youth and get into politics. And one of the ideas I have had is to, and I know others have had, why don't we have Inuit Sivuniksavut NS, Nunavut Sivuniksavut in communities at a smaller scale or as a topic, because we're not producing any leaders out of our schools.
Joanna Seitako, Nunavuminiqoartuleqisikko sukkaitumitunissi valliaqataartuinaasartau valliasunniiqanuplitamanna ismakilio.
Amisu yuksaungmata pidjutiksangit. Iqqanaayarteqattiangit tuksaungmata. Ubbaru qarasauyangi piungimmata. Tamakkua amisuuyunnarmata pidjutiksariyangit. Kisiani ingirrasivallianginnaujarata taissumanili fax machine ni atorpaklutaru atsigiyunneermagu maannaqarasauyakkut atoqattalerata qamippaklutiglu taimanna asitseriaqqaq ila qanortuortaujariaqartu nalunangittu
ilagersikanneruma fissi.
Somebody talked about youth programs, right? And not everybody is into hockey. I certainly am not into hockey. But there are other programs that can be activated in the communities. We have community halls, even exercise programs should start to get into communities because we're rampant with diabetes, cholesterol problems, and I think we have to retrain our recreation directors to get into healthy living type of programs. In a lot of communities, there's no coffee shops for youth to just sit and chat with each other. I think that's another one that needs to be put in communities, halls or something where there's small youth programs run by youth, because the youth need a place where they can communicate. And you know, with the phone, with the cell phones, we're going to have a generation of people that are not going to be able to communicate with anybody. They're not communicating with their parents anymore. They're just texting each other. This social media has really changed our culture. And we have to start thinking other ways for our youth to start communicating with each other. And I think one of them is gathering places for them to just have coffee or something. And this also for the elders, because some elders, nobody ever goes to their homes sometimes all day. And there should be some senior gatherings that have to be organized. So I really think this recreation director role in communities have to be reviewed.
Elizabeth. In the school system, when I was the mayor, I would have Liz Courtney come and bring her grade 3 students to my chamber every year. And I would talk about the processes, the interpretation at grade 3. And I don't know if that's happening. Is there a student council so they get involved in their school, but then that interest hopefully moves on as they move as into adults, you know? So I think, yeah, we got to start them young.
Take Kausaki Makawuru Migake Government Gilok Tawut Ilinyak to renew Mixano Marigario Mata Act Tamarok to it. Tema Okapunga Testimonic GN Government to do it. Ilinyak to reserve Joakuni Katimai Takarok Simangman. Mafan Division Board of Education money. Kiwad lang milo ang makitang meon. Tay ko aksuara ora tierok si mayuit. Nang mina ukalimagak saksiyok lutik, nang mina ukalimagak sanisanawad liad lutik, nang mina ilisayin takpak lutik.
Nakong me. Hingila takwa ila sivulek me matune khawzwi nirwaq bininu na fomi ikaka sitamani ko simalekto khawzi simalek ila tusak vi khawzugo 7 toani nirwaq vinni unno khawzi tu inak sutalo ataw sirmi nirwaq taw simazomi tununerme takwa khawzi gar vi simalek tavu Lertavo galo anu na vomini waktu lerisiko aperichuge hanga anu na vomio khawzi ni mangata kikko malikali okti ulang mangata mana khawzi malektugo Brian kuno sala khawzo tununermo takwalo David Joanasi Elizaula okto khekirtalo nigiano amalo Daniel Havik Elizaula okto Hudson Bay tasiuzak joamo Tusakti chikan nirumavugo galoa ilichinni khawzigarun naktusi kharitawzakko CBC.ca/northmo tukisigakan nirumaguchi. The first polls closed in Nunavut 4 hours ago, and we have received results from just 7 constituencies tonight so far, with a final result in just 1. We have reached out to Elections Nunavut to inquire about when Nunavut may expect to know who their members of Legislative Assembly will be. Right now, we know Brian Kuno has won in Tununik, David Joanasi was acclaimed in South Baffin, and Daniel Havik was claimed in Hudson Bay. Watch our website, cbc.ca/north for updates. Again, check out our radio. Unlako nalautiko tusala kosi nakormik pas shi ilun nasi tautoratak tuillo.